Hello, hello, welcome. Going to start out with some No Man's Sky, see how we go, probably talk about the tariff situation, get into that fun stuff. It's going to be a fun day as the country blows up. But first, let's have fun in space. Should be fun time. Okay. This new update. I got it now, so I can go to like these different planets, these new systems and shit. They're pretty cool. I think I'm going to work on my base today. Should be fun. Should be a fun time. Yeah. Good shit. Loading. Looks kind of like Hal. Blah 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 blah. Gonna take a while cause my PC's old. Stick with me, people. Of course, the first day, try to stream a little bit earlier. Craps out right at the beginning, of course. Okay. Let's do it. Purple systems. Gonna build up our base in a fucking crazy ass purple system. Y'all are gonna see. This shit is crazy. Okay. I'm gonna buy some shit. Let's see what I want to do right now. Where is my... Where is my ship? Let's go to the settlement first. Let's take care of these folks. Everything's extreme temperature on this fucking planet. Okay. Let's get it going. What have we got? What have we got? Hey, better. I can handle that. 6,000 settlement debt, that's going to be gone in like 2 seconds, right? 15, 16 minutes, 17 minutes, okay. Glass. Need 3 glass. Hey. I should lower the graphics settings on this guy for you guys. If I do this, will that be better for you guys? Let's do a quick save. A little better. Let's see if that makes it a little better. It's a little better. Okay.
Streak going. Let's see, you just started.
Who that? Oh, Diana. Hey. Are you watching my actual stream? Uh-oh. You're muted.
All right.
Oh.
There we go. I'm working on it, Jordan. Give me a second. Okay.
Okay.
Good.
Yeah.
Audio good. Sweet.
The audio's okay. Yeah. It's not awful. It's not amazing. But it's not
Okay.
unbearable.
That works.
What's up?
Not a whole lot. Just been very busy. I'm pretty tired, but I'm trying to like be less rattled. I was in a car accident yesterday, so it's been a rough day.
Oh, shit.
It wasn't bad. No one's hurt.
Okay, good.
So I was just I got caught in freezing rain
Good lord.
unexpectedly. So like the weather was fine, it was just cold, and I got hit with freezing rain. No idea that was coming. I was like a while from my house. I was a while from my house and country woods, well, not country roads, but like just farmland.
Wow.
Essentially. It was bad, and like I was stuck. It was suddenly just rain, and rain that I was smearing on my windshield because it was freezing rain. And then I turned a 90-degree corner. I tried to slow down, but it was a tight corner that was downhill, and I went off into a bank. Nearly so close. I nearly hit like a telephone pole at like 30 miles an hour.
Jesus Christ.
But
I'm glad you're okay.
luckily, I just hit the dirt. So the tires are all fucked, and the control arm was ripped, and I was stuck. And there was so much smoke, and I was stuck in the middle of nowhere in freezing rain. It was fucking cold as shit.
Yeah, it sounds pretty bad. I'm glad you're okay.
So that was last night, and anyway, now I'm down like $300, and my car is fucked.
Yeah. Man, I know a lot of people I know have been having car crashes lately. What's up with that?
Weather.
Yeah.
Weather's crazy. Anyway, that. Ooh. So I had to get it towed. So I didn't deal with it. I just called like the police, the state police, and filed a do not tow report. Essentially, I was like, "Hey, I know, but please, you know, it's
Yeah.
stuck and I can't do anything about it. I know, I'll deal with it." And they were actually very grateful because they're like, "Listen, we don't. Are you hurt?" And they're like, "We don't care. Everyone just got hit with freezing ice. Like, but everyone just got hit with fucking freezing rain. The roads are a heck. So a lot of people got hurt."
Do you have good insurance?
No, I mean, it's fine.
Okay. You think you'll get a decent payout?
No, no.
Oh, well. That's
I no, but I had roadside assistance, so that was covered mostly. I only paid $45 for the tow, and that was just because that was only because I wanted to go 16 miles instead of 15, and they only covered 15 miles. I For that extra mile meant something to me. It was like my auto shop.
well, again,
That's the only reason
I'm
I'm
very
only
glad you're
down.
doing okay.
Yeah. So there's a coup happening, I think.
Which one?
The one at the USAID building,
Oh
and
yeah.
generally Elon Musk. Generally Elon.
Are you watching my actual stream?
Yeah.
You saw I put that in the title, right?
Yeah, the
Yeah.
USAID. You didn't call it a coup though. I just wanted to,
No, I mean I'm trying not to like push or attract any one particular set of people with my titles, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
That's why I titled like Tariffs paused, who caved, rather than Trump caved. you, you there? Or did your mic cut out
Yeah.
again? Oh.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm just I'm a little rattled today. I'm gonna
Yeah,
say that.
no, I hear you. I get you. You have good reason to be kind of rattled today. I feel it.
Ugh. But
Yeah.
whatever you want to talk about, I'm game. I got everything dealt with for the most part. My car, like I said, my car's still not doing great. Control arm still ripped. Uh, I drove it home. Did not feel like the right thing to do.
Yeah. Probably not, but you gotta get it there. And the tow is expensive.
Yeah, because I only got one toe.
Yeah.
Ugh. Hey, don't show it on stream, but if I sent you like a photo on Discord, you could see it right now, right?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I just want to show you that this is that that's where I ended up.
Thank you for the follow, Queen. Appreciate it. Jesus.
Yeah.
Hey, car's in decent shape though.
Yeah, but yeah, the outside is the underside. Like I don't
Yeah,
think
probably
so.
got tore up.
Yeah, I need to show you what I impact both how hard I impacted it and what I impacted on the dirt. Like
Mm-hmm.
the after photo of the toe will really.
Oh yeah, I see it. Ooh.
Yeah, that's most of that isn't the tires. And the
Oh
tires were
no.
shredded.
Oh
Yeah.
no.
Yeah. No, there's a smell. There was a lot of smoke. I kind of thought the car was gonna catch on fire. I'm not gonna
Yeah, that's pretty
lie.
bad. That's pretty bad.
Oh, so slept on a couch last night. Luckily, luckily I was with a friend who has a dad who has a car and a house. So
That's good. Yeah. That's crazy, dude. Jesus.
hmm.
Yeah, the USAID thing is pretty bad. Pretty bad.
Yeah, I mean, he has access to everything. I mean, it's not just that he's trying to do it. The
This is
fact
going to
that
get a
it's like,
lot of legal challenges for sure. Like,
what,
people are
what
being
does
hung
that
out
even
to
matter at
dry.
this point? He's
Well,
there.
well, for example, the federal funding cuts got blocked and then rescinded, so it does matter.
Okay, that's fair, but like, he's physically there. He's
They're trying to push the boundaries of what they can, fuck the system on. And we just have to trust that it will hold. Because there's nothing else we can do about it right now.
yeah, but
But
no,
what?
there's not. I'll concede that.
All you and
But
I can do is react and talk about things. We have no influence whatsoever.
yeah, it's pretty wild.
Which is why I'm always like, yes, we get upset, but you can't let it, fuck you up. Because if you let it fuck you up, you're going to be sitting there despairing over something you've literally no control over. Right?
Yeah. That's a fair point.
And what good does that do us?
Preparedness, maybe? I don't know.
Preparedness for what? I mean, you can be prepared without, freaking yourself out all the time. I was, I was really scared about the tariffs too. And then Trump caved like a little bitch.
He did.
He did. But he did it in a way, of course, where his followers think that he didn't.
Yeah, no, yeah.
And I did a good bit of study on this before the stream today.
Well, I didn't. I actually have checked out politics a little.
That's
I've
probably
stopped.
good for your health.
Yeah, so no, I found a middle ground. I no longer pay attention to TikTok politics. I'm no longer on TikTok. I still just use mainly.
Good. TikTok's bad for you, dog.
Yeah, I know. I got rid of that. Stopped doing fucking YouTube.
Plus, do you really want to be a tool for the fucking CCP? Do you?
I honestly, not really, but also like I'm not that. you know, if I found out I already was a tool for the CCP, like actively, like depending, like to do what? I'm fucking with you.
Yeah. It's not just one individual person. It's the fact that it's like a collective thing,
Yeah.
It's bad. It's bad for us. It's bad for America. Okay.
Okay. But so yeah, no longer getting news from any social media. Not really doing social media. Just listening to music, and I downloaded the Associated Press app.
Oh, that's good.
So I just do the Associated Press.
Yeah, AP is much better. AP is gonna be much better for you.
Yeah, I'm still watching The Handmaid's Tale. That's still probably bad for me.
Yeah, man, you freak yourself out, bro.
Okay. That was a.
It's really good though.
Yeah, it's really good.
What?
Man, bro. Hit me with the man, bro combo.
I call dude, I live in California. Everybody's
Yeah,
man and bro.
I get that, but okay.
I would be discriminating if I didn't call you man and bro. You understand that, right?
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. We have a different vernacular out here. That is a gender neutral. Both of those are gender neutral terms
In California, yeah.
in California. Yes.
In California, also hear that a lot in Pennsylvania and
Yeah.
people from every other state I've interacted with.
Okay.
But
So
in
then, what are you
California,
giving me shit for?
because it's not a fucking California thing. It's a fucking person thing. No, it's I hear
Okay.
this from like at most it's an American thing. At most you can say in America, man, bro, and dude are just gender neutral.
That's true, and I refer to you as she all the time. So you're
True.
being a little nitpicky at me right now. I'm not trying to
I get it. I get
invalidate your gender dysphoria. I'm calling you dude and man and bro because I call everybody dude and man and bro. I call my dog dude and bro sometimes.
Okay.
But I will try to remember that and I will try to be better. But also, forgive me if I do ahead of time because it's not a statement about your gender.
All right.
You want me to call you Dudette instead?
Yeah. All right, just drop it, bro.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. Now I feel bad.
Whatever.
I don't know. I'm sorry. That's it. We'll move on. I'm sorry.
Yeah. I mean, you don't gotta worry about it much longer. They got rid of the fucking P on all the websites.
No, don't say that. Well, look. This is a hiccup.
Yeah. No, yeah.
Hiccups happen.
All right. We'll move on.
You know, in 2 years we're gonna have a good year. In 4 years we'll have a better year.
Ugh.
And then we'll get back on track. Yeah? Hopeful?
Yeah. We got Ken Martin or whatever his name is now.
Yeah.
Yeah. He'll do something.
I need to really look at what he wants to do. I hope he's not just like, oh, we just need to do things the same way. We shouldn't change anything. Because rhetorically, the Democrats need a facelift in rhetoric.
Yeah. We really do.
Yeah.
We need to be more patriotic, I think. And I'm applying that to myself as well.
This oh yeah, we hate America thing, that's some bullshit, dude. I don't agree with that at all.
I don't agree with it at all. I mean, I have some serious problems with almost every era in American history. And
Who's
know.
Going to say we don't have serious problems about any era in any country in world?
Exactly. But like my point is all the horrible things that have ever happened in the United States are things I grieve as an American who loves my fellow American.
And it is because we are Americans that we are allowed to publicly grieve and talk about those things and argue for them, because we live in a place that grants us the rights to free speech, the right to protest, the right to disagree with our government, and that's one of the things we should be very, very thankful for. And while we may have problems with our country, I think this idea of fuck America, let's tear it all down just for like the wins and the lulls it's not good. It's not good.
Yeah.
I dislike Trump as much as the next guy, but that's not good.
Yeah. I think actually I've been seeing to some degree a push, not and maybe not. I'm not talking about like the Democratic representatives. I'm talking about just like the leftist community. Some push towards like talking about problems from a "this is disappointing us as Americans" angle, which I think is a better
Good.
way just to direct the emotion. I
Yes.
understand what the emotion is, and the emotion is very valid, and the fact that it comes out as "fuck America" makes sense. That's an understandable way for just the emotion to be directed, but a much more rational and a much more productive
That's what I'm looking
viewpoint,
for. Is
the much more
productivity.
productive viewpoint is that this emotion makes me extremely disappointed.
Yes. I just think that there is like my whole
But we
thing is about
also like,
pragmatism. I'm always about pragmatism. Like what are we how are we actually going to make it better? And like showing to all of these other people whose votes you eventually have to get if you want to enact the policies that you want. And saying things to them like, "Nah, fuck this country. I hate this country. Like fuck it all anyway." That's not going to get us anywhere. That's not going to get you those votes that you want.
yeah. Whew.
And it gives the MAGAs, it gives them fodder to be like, look at these people who hate our country. Fuck them. They're insane and radical, right?
Yeah. No, and
What?
there's, I don't know.
Go on. Don't be shy.
I don't know. There's a difficult dichotomy within myself on this subject because the bad parts of the United States can get really, 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 really bad, and to some degree, I
No
think
one's.
like
Nobody's
I
saying that's not the
naturally.
case.
I know, I know, no, no, no. Here, I'm not arguing with you. I'm kind of
Okay.
having like a internal discussion here,
Okay. Okay. All right.
just
Then
out loud.
let me enable your internal discussion. Go ahead.
Okay, so like a lot of the stuff going back to the very beginning of this country is very, very bad, and I naturally kind of think nationalism or patriotism of any kind is kind of foolish. I don't like reject it as invalid. Like if I see people from other countries being patriotic, I don't necessarily reject it at all. I don't like scorn them for it at all, internally or externally. But I don't necessarily think it's like logical. And but maybe that's just because I'm a cynical bitch.
I think I do find patriotism to be somewhat logical. Um, if not just for the fact of like, oh yeah, I was born and I live here, for a country's self-preservation.
And when I say illogical, it's not like it doesn't make sense to me. I grew up very patriotic. To some degree, I'm internally always going to be patriotic, even in the times where I said "fuck America." I was patriotic and full of shit. I grew up here. I know.
Hang on, one second, really quick.
What? Not coming through the sound through Discord. I can't hear anything.
Hmm?
What did you do?
I turned on the speaker, Daz.
I put on this. Sorry.
He had to come in here because he had his phone and he was like, I can't hear you guys. What were you saying? Sorry, Diana.
I don't remember. What was I saying?
We were talking about your internal struggle there.
Okay, yeah. I guess I like it make like patriotism makes sense to me. I'm patriotic. I always have been, even when I into eras when I would deny it. I grew up here. You know, I love my like family and friends and the Americans, and I also grew up with an American education system and the American private education system, which is even more patriotic.
Right. Okay.
So
I
I
noticed.
understand it, but I just like the idea of like automatically assuming you're in the best country. I think is like it's understandable. I just think it's a bad assumption.
I don't think patriotism necessarily means assuming you're in the best country.
Yeah, yeah.
I think patriotism means a love for your country.
That
Saying that you think your country is the best or whatever is like an entirely different thing. I don't know exactly what to call that. Maybe it can be a result of a certain level of patriotism. But like neither patriotism nor nationalism necessarily means that you think your country is the best.
okay, that's fair. And yeah. Mm. I think in general I'm just warming up to patriotism as I get older, and I just dislike that I'm becoming less punk.
That's okay. That's normal. That's what happens. As you get older, you hear more and more viewpoints. Your point of view becomes more and more nuanced, and just things become understandable from different perspectives, whether you agree with those perspectives or not.
Yeah.
Is it making you feeling old?
I'm not feeling old at all. I'm feeling, I mean, honestly, randomly within like the last 15 seconds. I don't know where this came from. I've just started feeling very just sexy.
Okay.
Not just like just very proud of myself in a borderline narcissistic way. That'll be gone soon.
Is it because you feel like you're having a more mature approach to things?
No, I was just looking in the mirror.
Oh. Literally so. Oh, okay.
Yeah, I just like paused the conversation to be like, fuck yeah.
Well, that's good. That's very good. I'm happy for you. By the way, I noticed you changed your name back on Discord.
Yeah, I did. For now, I'm just, no,
Okay.
for stream maybe.
Okay. Whatever you feel like you need to do. It's all good.
You can still, by the way, you can still call me Diana. It's literally just on screen. I'd prefer it to be
you.
citizen.
Thank you for clarifying.
Yeah.
So yeah, they have this new update for No Man's Sky. And it's
Yeah,
been,
I
pretty cool.
really need to buy that game because I was excited for it, but I was like, I never buy games at launch, and then I just, you know how the news went, and then I never got around to it once the
Oh
update.
man, it's such an incredible game now.
I know. I don't think it's what it was at launch. I know what happened. I know the story of No Man's Sky. I really
It's like even beyond what they originally promised and didn't follow through on. Like it's way beyond that now. It's pretty amazing.
Yeah. I miss Spore. Spore doesn't work anymore.
It doesn't work?
No.
Oh.
Yeah, you can try. You can try. Some people can get it. I can't.
Yeah, I remember that game. That was a fun game.
Yeah, it was a fun game. I think about it a lot. I do. That's like
It's another one that
was a
kind of
weird
underwhelmed though for a lot of people.
Yeah, I think about that game and Knights of the Old Republic to put myself to sleep.
KOTOR is a great game.
Yeah. Knights of the Republic is so good.
Mm-hmm.
KOTOR, like, and then I haven't played 2. I know I need to.
I haven't played 2 either. I'll get around
So
to it. I might
here's
play it on
why.
stream.
My older brother made the pitch for KOTOR 2, and here it is. It's one of the best pitches I've ever heard for a video game. He said, KOTOR is like one of the best Star Wars games ever made, and one of the best RPGs, greatest in a lot of ways. And then he was like, and KOTOR 2 is a broken, unfinished piece of shit with
He told me
genuine
this.
destroying flaws. And it's unclear which one is better.
Yeah. Yeah, you
So
told me
I need
that.
to play it. Well, I needed to finish it for stream.
Okay, fair enough.
I had to start it.
Yeah, I might play KOTOR 2 on stream at some point because I never played it either. Another one I want to do on stream that I never played is Final Fantasy VII, like the original.
It took a while for the tow truck guy to get the car out of the ditch. It really did. We had to look from so many different angles, and it was a really bad road for a tow truck because it's a country. It's a really small country road. It was that was scary.
Yeah,
But then I convinced the tow truck driver to switch to T-Mobile, buy a premium phone line, a premium home internet line, and a standard home internet line.
Of course you did.
I did
Always
actually.
working.
I got it.
Always
I mean,
working.
I needed the commission more than ever.
Because the car?
Because the car, yeah. Of course I was gonna try and sell to the tow truck driver. What other recourse did I have? I had to fill out a do not tow report with the police. That was the whole thing. Did you do that? I learned you can do that.
That you have to do a do not tow report?
You don't have to, but it's an option.
I did not know that.
Yeah, no, I didn't know. I just guess so I'm in emergency situations, and usually that works out for me. I have good instincts. I abandoned the car. I left my shirt in the window because and then I called 911 and I explained the situation, and I was like, I know the area. Everyone, I know what we just got hit with. I know there's a bunch of people hurt and crashed. Don't worry about my car. It's out of the way. It's not going to cause an emergency. I know it. I'm going to deal with it tomorrow. And they said, thank you. A lot of people are hurt right now.
Yeah, fair enough.
So then they filed an official report. I didn't say everything like that, but that's basically the conversation we had. They filed an official report, and they gave me a name, phone number, and incident report, and said, we're saying if we see this, we're not going to tell you. We're not going to do anything. We're just going to leave you alone. If you need an extension, call us and tell us it's this incident report, and we'll do it, no questions. You can do that.
Okay.
You can do that. No, the 911 will just connect you to your local state police, and that's a conversation you can have.
That can
Public service announcement.
Yeah, that can obviously be useful in certain situations. Huh?
Freezing rain sucks.
Freezing rain sucks. Yeah, probably.
You never had that?
Yeah, but we don't really get it out here very often. Although we do get like weird, like really quick hailstorms every once in a while.
Yeah, that ain't the same thing.
No.
Oh. Anyway, I did take it home. I took the car for like a tour, basically, after I got it quote unquote fixed. And then my dad, who's the actual owner of the car, was like, so you think it drives? And I was like, well, the mechanic says it does, but I think you should give it a test drive. I don't know how to explain it. And then my dad was like, no, this is unsafe. It is noises. It's crazy.
Ooh, shit.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And so, for sure, what I know, the mechanic noted, and the mechanic was just a tire guy. So, not, like, I don't know, I'm not going to speak to the guy's credentials, but he's a tire guy. I know that can be varied. But all he looked at was the tires, and he found more problems. And there's a smell, and there was smoke, and there's some clanking.
Uh-oh. That's bad. Bad news.
Yeah, but the good. So the good news is, uh, I got a sale.
Hey, money.
I would.
Making money's
I
making
would.
money.
I wouldn't have gotten that sale if I didn't crash.
If you didn't
The
crash.
argument.
Do you think that will offset? Will that offset, or are you still?
Oh
out
no!
money?
Already to the that didn't make me even really $45, and that's the tow.
Boo.
So it was like not just like I make commission, but like one sale, no, that doesn't make up for missing a day of work and nearly totaling a car at all.
Makes sense.
But I made the sale, so it was a good sale. And I want to point out, I didn't have I did this in a tow truck. I didn't have any information. I gave him so much information, and I didn't have a calculator or a notepad, and I know for a fact it was all accurate, and I didn't have anything to confirm it. And I gave him such a good estimate and such like a perfect wording. It's like, I am so good at my job.
Oh yeah, when I used to work sales at Best Buy, I knew that shit inside and out for sure. I know those feels, bro. Sorry.
It's like, you're good. You see, that's all it is. That's all it is. You say sorry, and we're good. Anyway, but yeah, that I am proud of myself for being good at my job. I can take pride in that. I am good at my
yeah,
job.
of course. I think it's good. Always good to have pride in being good at your job. Motivates you.
Motivates me. And this didn't even I didn't even really miss a day of work. That my manager's super cool. I gave him like more than 12 hours advance notice because of when I crashed my car.
Mm-hmm.
So he didn't just make me call off. He moved my shift.
Oh, cool. So you still got to work.
Yeah, no, I was originally scheduled off Sunday and Wednesday. He just moved my day off from Wednesday to Monday.
Cool. Nice. That's lucky. Good boss.
Good boss, yeah.
You always hear those horror stories where it's like you get in a crash and they're like, so are you coming in today? But I don't know. I feel like a lot of those are just made up for like engagement. I mean, I'm sure there's some bosses that are shitty like that, but
Yeah, like
there
what's
can't
he
be that
like?
many.
There can't be that many. No, both my bosses at this company have been really cool.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I also like I had photo evidence.
Yeah.
And
that
you
helps.
saw what the photo is. I think you can take one look at it and be like, no, that's bad.
Certainly helps. Hey, Candy.
Yeah. Yo.
Estoy jugando el No Man's Sky, and Diana had a car accident, so we're talking about that.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it was fun.
It was fun.
Yeah, it kind of was. I mean, it was so dramatic. Oh man, I am so glad that yeah. I had a passenger. That made everything kind of more stressful, but kind of less stressful.
Oh shit.
Yeah. Everyone was fine. No one was hurt. But yeah, someone very important to me was in the car, and that made things
Okay.
way freakier because like
It'll do that.
yeah, because like it like so like the car. I know this isn't for stream, but Jordan, the picture I sent you, the car, that was after the car rolled back significantly. So like there was like genuinely, when before the car rolled back on the bank, there was like maybe a foot between the telephone pole and the passenger side door.
Ooh, scary.
Yeah.
That's some scary shit. So what's up with you, Candy?
Not much, chilling. You on early?
Yeah, gonna start my streams around 6 Pacific now and try to go for 4 hours of stream.
Damn.
Yeah, more time is good. And look at that, a bot added me and now I'm up to 45 followers. And that's my reward. A bot followed me.
There's an axle on the front.
Oh no, stop.
Oh, fucking. Yeah, I'm not gonna turn your stream into a freak show yet. That's for later.
Let's not do the children's songs just yet, okay? Fuck. Now you know what's in my head is, got any grapes? That's what you've done to me! That's what you've done to me! Oh my god.
Oh yeah, just one little verse and I fucked you up so much.
You did,
Yes.
you completely fucked me up.
Oh,
I didn't
okay.
even hear
Now
her.
you know what, Jordan? Now we're even.
Oh, that is asymmetrical warfare, if you ask me.
I
We're
didn't even
good
hear
now.
the
We're
verse.
good.
What was the verse?
Huh? What did you say,
Hmm?
I
Candy?
didn't even hear the verse. What was the verse?
I'm not gonna sing it anyway. I just mumbled it a little. Only Jordan clocked it. I did
mumbled
the
it.
damage.
It's just some kid's song.
Yeah,
Okay.
it was just a brainworm.
And it brought up another separate brainworm for me.
Yo,
And now
you know
that's stuck in my head.
they made new episodes of that like recently. There's only like 5 episodes, but like
Isn't it
one
like
of them came out.
15 years old?
Yeah, but one of them came out in 2024, and there's like 5 episodes. It's weird.
I'm not going to do that to myself, okay?
I did it to myself. I had a lovely time.
Yeah? That's good.
Nostalgia, man.
Oh, that's not even nostalgia for my generation. It's nostalgia for your generation, and yet it got fucking stuck in my head.
Well, come on, hum it. I want to listen. I want to hear it.
No!
Which-
I'll send it to you. Oh, for goodness sake.
Got any?
We warned you, okay? This is gonna get stuck in your head now. We warned you.
I think this is a good thing.
Is it?
Yeah, I think so. In my opinion, I'm crazy.
All right. Don't say we didn't warn you, Candy. Okay?
Okay. Send it.
There it is. The Duck Song.
Man, I'm so glad I'm not the only person who remembers that. It was super, super, super viral, but
It was super viral.
for good reason too. It deserved to be. That and llamas
Yeah.
with hats.
I mean, it's like
Llama-
it gets as stuck in your head as like fucking Baby Shark.
Yeah, llamas with hats. You experienced all of that, including the epilogue that came out recently, right?
It sounds incredibly familiar, but I'm not gonna let you. I'm not gonna let you do this to me. You've done enough. You've done enough.
Okay, you're right. You're right. That's fair. That's fair. I won't get us sucked down this rabbit hole. We can talk about Elon Musk taking over the government. Let's talk about something safe.
Yeah, safe. Real
Let's
safe.
talk about something. Let's talk about something safe, like politics.
Right? Oh,
Ah! I need to stop walking through construction sites in the dark.
What are you doing?
I think I pretty much summed it up.
Why? Why are you doing that?
Because it's literally, I don't live in a very good situation.
Oh. Well. That's sad.
It's fine. It's fine. That's okay, but yeah. It's improving. I'm working on it. But yeah, sometimes I walk through construction sites in the dark. It's fine.
Huh. All right. Just be careful.
I am. All the time. And I never have anything bad happen to me.
Huh. I feel like that's not true. You literally just got in a car crash today.
No, that was yesterday.
Yesterday.
I woke up cold on my best friend's couch today. And then had to deal with the whole car accident.
That sucks.
It did. And I had to sleep over at my friend's house. You have any idea how much... I, like... Oh.
What?
His parents are such hateful fucking...
Oh.
Anyway, I'm various levels of closeted in different areas of my life, but the two areas I'm most closeted are my house and my best friend's house.
Hmm.
And it's starting to get to me.
Oh. Well, that's rough.
Okay, I heard the song.
Oof.
But
okay?
it's okay.
I'm surprised they made it. That's an old joke
Yeah.
that they made into a song.
To like a kid's song.
Yeah.
It's a good joke. I like that joke. I remember that joke from a joke book when I was a kid. When I was in like, whoa, elementary school was crazy.
Oh, that's an old joke that they made into a song.
But
Sorry.
the song is very difficult to get out of your head once it's in your head.
No.
So have fun with that.
Like I said, Baby Shark is one of the songs that
No, I know we already
Hey.
talked about it, but
You know, can I be real with you? I don't mind brainworms all that much. Even Baby Shark, even the supposedly super, super annoying ones, like most of them don't make me annoyed. It has a melody. If it's catchy, I don't mind it. I don't like go out of my way to listen to it, but I think it appeals to some part of my weird brain. Just catchy melodies are calming. Maybe it's because I can multitask so efficiently in my brain. I don't mind having it run in the background.
I mean, like it's just, I have ADHD, and when you have a song stuck in your head when you have ADHD, no matter like everything you're doing, it's just a constant track of the thing, and not even the full thing. Maybe just like one little phrase of the thing. Over
Yeah, no, I
also over and over, and it drives me nuts.
Yeah, I have ADHD. I just don't mind that when that happens anymore.
Oh, if it's a good song, I don't mind it. But if it's like kind of like because it's not just like that the earworm is stuck in my head over and over and over again, but I'm like embarrassed in front of myself that it's such a childish song that's stuck in my head.
Just reject that part of you.
And then you have that moment where you're standing there like, you fucking idiot, you're a dumbass.
Yeah, that's where your problem is. Why are you you need to have the type of compassion for yourself that Bob Ross would have for you.
9! Never!
What? That's what you need.
No compassion.
Just some songs that just really should have never been made. Like
Give me one. Give me a good one.
Baby Shark.
Yeah, but that was smart. If I had made Baby Shark, I'd be stoked because I'd be rich as fuck.
You'd be rich as fuck, but it's there's nothing really there. It's the same
Don't
thing over
start.
and over.
Don't do that.
It's the same. It's the same. Not even original beat over and over.
It is absolutely not the same thing, okay? You start with Baby Shark, and then you go on to Mama Shark and Daddy Shark. And, to spice it up a little bit, you even get Grandpa and Grandma Shark, okay? So, there's a lot of creativity there.
Yeah, sure. Uh-huh. Right.
I will not have you besmirch the name of Baby Shark, okay?
Oh, I will besmirch it. I will besmirch it.
What's
It's
California
just
sober again?
Huh?
Sorry. Which one's California sober?
Sorry, what are you talking about?
So, never mind.
What's California sober?
You know what I heard of?
It sounds like something people who don't live in California would say.
Yeah, 100%. That's I've only heard it from people that don't live in California. No, that's not true. I've met someone from Bakersfield who lived in Bakersfield at the time who said it. So
Okay, but Bakersfield is like it's Bakersfield. Nobody cares about.
You ever seen the series Evil?
No.
No.
Okay, I'm Googling.
Oh, and one last thing about Baby Shark to continue with that creativity. We also had Sharky B. Okay? You know who Sharky B is?
No idea.
Sharky
So
B
when I
was the guest on the Baby Shark show, voiced by Cardi B.
So when I looked up California sober, the first thing I got was a substance abuse health line.
Yeah, like anything remotely, like even if you want to learn about something now, Google is like, you're gonna kill yourself, and they're
It's like, no.
Here's a.
Think-
Jordan, have you seen the series Evil?
Evil? No.
Okay. So it's about this woman and this black priest. Well, actually, he's not a priest yet. He's in the process of becoming a priest. And basically, he goes around investigating phenomenon, that church phenomenon, evil things happen.
Mm-hmm.
And the girl is a scientist. So he uses her to consult as a scientist to kind of debunk some of these, to see if it's real, an evil presence or it's a hoax or, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like to get her perspective on it. So she's like the scientist, he's the Christian father to be, and they investigate, not I don't want to. It's not basically phenomenon that's like unexplainable phenomenon, right?
Sure.
So one part of the series was they were in this high school where these girls got this song, and all of the girls were humming this song called Puggy's Christmas. and and they kept humming it and humming it and humming it, and eventually it got so stuck in their head that they ended up sticking um, pencils in their ears,
Jesus.
um, scissors in their ears, because the melody was basically like stuck in their head in a
Scissors.
way that, yeah, but supposedly it was like it was an evil song basically.
It's funny it's called
That had
Puggy's
like
Christmas, though.
have you ever seen Brendan listen to the song? It's actually
No,
quite
but it's
funny.
just that makes me laugh, obviously, because of Puggy.
So go to
I don't want to listen to a song that's gonna make me want to put scissors in my ears. Okay.
no
Thank you.
no.
Thank you.
It's
No.
part of the series. It's not real. Like you can listen to it. It's not real.
I trust you. I trust you.
What? It's a TV show. It's not real.
No, I know.
But you'll like the video. The video that they made with it's so funny. Uh, but yeah, the kids were humming the song and they were trying to find out whether, because the song supposedly had like a hidden message in there and it was manipulating teenage girls' brains into, a lot of them, But it's just a TV show. It's not real.
Okay.
But it's called Puggy's Christmas. You should see that video. It is
Puggy's
hilarious.
Christmas is hilarious. That it's called Puggy's Christmas.
Look it up.
I will. I'm not gonna do it right now. I will later.
Look it up. Come on.
I don't want to subject
Do it.
my audience of
No.
4 people.
Come on. They're gonna like
I'm
it.
doing things.
What are you doing? Honestly,
You're right.
what are you? Are you in the middle of trying to read I Libertine?
No, I'm playing No Man's Sky. I thought you were watching my
Oh.
stream.
I'm
It's a video
in a
game.
construction site. The stream's up, but I'm pacing through my living room.
Okay, I need Solar Vine.
Come on, do it. Do it.
You know what? Discord isn't on stream, is it?
Our conversation is on stream. The chat is not. Like, people can hear us talking, but they
Got
can't
it.
see chat.
Got it.
I'm sorry. It's called Pudsy's Christmas.
Oh, now I want to see it less.
Oh, it's good.
Yeah, but I was actually kind of interested when it was Puggy's Christmas.
Pudsey. No, Pudsey. Pudsy's Christmas.
Nah.
Because Puggy.
Yeah, Yeah.
What?
Hmm?
What?
Man, I don't know. I'm plotting.
You're plotting?
Isn't everyone?
No.
I don't plot. Okay, I do.
How would you do without plotting?
I'm instinctual.
I mean, that's fair. I do instinctual stuff too in like emergencies
Nah, I'm full
or
of
in
shit.
like sales.
I'm just
But like you gotta plot.
What are you plotting?
Why would I tell you that? It's not about you, but still, I'm on stream.
It's got to keep it. She's got to keep it close to the chest.
Yeah, it's not anything bad, but like I don't know. It's just plotting. You don't necessarily do the plots.
Well,
but
you said it's
always
not
gotta
anything
be...
bad, and because you said that, now I feel like it's probably something bad.
No, it's not something bad.
What are you doing, Diana? Huh?
She's plotting. That's what I'm saying.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Ooh, polished stone. That's new. That's a new resource.
Look, I put it on the chat stream.
That's vague.
You talk to them?
Huh?
Sorry. I'll mute myself.
What?
She's plotting.
She is plotting. What are you plotting?
Something evil.
Something evil.
Evil, yes, very evil.
Because I am evil, Austin Powers.
Sharks with freaking laser beams.
Sharks. You got me, sharks with frickin' laser beams.
Okay, I'm back. I just needed to focus.
On your plot?
Are
No,
you
not on
plotting?
my plot. On an emergency.
Oh. You at the construction site?
No. I was coaching someone through something.
At the construction site?
No, over my phone.
Oh, that was fast.
Yeah.
You're very efficient.
It's still I multitask a lot.
I'm just saying, that was very efficient.
I would say so. I mean, 1 minute she's plotting, next thing she's resolving somebody's issue. Like, yeah.
My friends have me on speed dial, and I respect that.
Wow. Speed dial. I didn't even think that was like a thing anymore. You thought you
But
just
it's an
searched a
expression.
name and tapped the
It's
button.
it's an expression.
I know, I'm just fucking with you.
Yeah, I don't know if, speed dial is a thing anymore.
Well, no,
Pretty
'cause
cool though. I
we
think you
have
can still
smartphones.
use it.
We don't really need speed dial anymore because we have smartphones now.
Well, if you talk to your phone,
Your phone can do all the searching for you. You don't really need.
yeah, but that doesn't work. It's like Bluetooth. Let me tell you something. That shit does not work. If you live in New York, where there's constant sirens, trains, tracks, you tell Siri, da da da. They're picking up every noise around you. You have to be like in a quiet place.
I lived in New York, and while I lived in New York, I had a phone that had Siri, and it did work. Okay.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah.
It doesn't understand because there's too much no background.
I'm just saying my own anecdotal experience.
But I don't use that crap anyway.
Siri?
It's lazy.
No, I'm not talking to you, Siri. Go away.
She's like, what? Did somebody say my
Did
name?
someone say my name? Someone call me?
Did they call me?
What do you want? I'm over here. How can I help?
Yeah.
I love how Siri is now a Jewish woman from Long Island. The way that I just did the accent.
Mm-hmm. I heard the accent.
Yeah, you know that accent. You've heard that accent.
Mm-hmm.
What accent?
Jewish woman from Long Island.
Oh, yeah. Actually, I don't know that accent, but I assume it exists.
Of course it does. Of course it does, honey.
What the?
I'm not very good at hearing accents.
What?
I can't, like, obviously I can, like, I can, but I can't, like, pick up where it is usually. I don't have an ear for it.
You gotta listen to it for a bit. Sometimes you can pick it up, but
Yeah, I don't really
New York
try to,
accent,
but
it's pretty distinctive. So
Yeah,
it's
that's
a
a
southern
particularity.
accent. It's very, very
yeah, I mean,
particular.
obviously there's some times where it's like, yeah, but
Every New York accent is pretty distinct, I think.
oh, New York
British
accents I could not
accent,
possibly
however,
differentiate.
it's distinct, but there's also like, I mean, Europe has a lot of other countries mixed in. So
Yeah.
let's all right, pick up, you know.
Everybody always does the Italian New York, right? Hey, yo, hey, Joey.
Yo, you know what I'm saying? Bada bing. I
Hey,
mean,
Joey, how are you?
a Joey.
Bada bing, bada boom.
And then the woman version of that is like Jewish.
Yeah, yeah. So like Jewish woman from Long Island, and she talks like this.
Oh, gee, come on over.
Come on over. We'll nosh on something.
Come on
It'll
over.
be lovely. Or they're talking to their kid. God forbid you call me every once in a while, your mother, who labored with you for 36 hours, and you never call. You never
Wow.
ask how I'm doing. Mika, get off the light. Go. Get off.
That's the perfect Jewish accent. You know that, right?
Of course.
That's what you call Jewish guilt. You
Yeah.
never call your mother
Listen,
Jewish guilt. Never
Listen.
call your mother.
I was forged in the fires of Jewish guilt, okay? I've lived that shit. I'm still here, strong.
Sorry.
Random question. Do you cook,
Yes.
Jordan?
Do I cook?
Yes.
Yes, I love to cook.
What do you cook?
Well, let's see. Today I did crispy skinned salmon with a lemon, basil, parsley, pepper, parmesan penne.
Damn, hold on.
What'd you
Lemon,
say?
lemon,
basil,
wait,
parsley,
parmesan,
parmesan,
parsley.
pepper, like lemon juice. It was the lemon.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's really good. I have a lot left over too. It's very tasty. What I do is I make like the crispy skinned salmon, and then I take and then I like cut it up into little bits and I mix it into the pasta.
You cut off the fish after you cook it?
Yeah, because it's just easier to eat that way. If I mix it into the pasta. If I was
Oh.
serving it for people, I would do the salmon steak on the bed of the pasta. But because it's just for myself, just to eat, I don't care that much.
Mm. That's a lot of shit though. Lemon,
Mhm.
basil, parsley,
pepper, salt,
pepper, parmesan.
garlic. Yeah, don't forget the garlic.
Well, I don't. Does it have garlic too? Damn,
Yes.
I know.
I like to cook. It doesn't even take that long, honestly. It takes maybe like
Yeah.
30 minutes to make,
Sounds about right.
including prep time.
Well,
What do you like to cook?
I cook all kinds of stuff.
Well, yeah, I know. So do I. But I told you the thing I cooked today.
Well, today we didn't. Well, we just had pizza today, but yesterday I made steak and potatoes.
Nice. Steak and taters.
I cooked
What's
a lot of different
taters,
things.
precious?
Pasta, penne, rice,
Potatoes.
beans.
Boil them, mash them, stick them in a stew.
did it was roasted potatoes with garlic,
Yeah,
salt, pepper, and oregano.
sounds good.
Yeah, and vegetables, of course.
I don't like either of these options. Where is it? Oh, at least it's right here. That's good.
Damn, that got me nervous now. Cause
Why?
she says she plotting.
She's
I'm not. It's not. Why would I be plotting about you, Candy? You have not wronged me.
You feeling guilty? You feeling some of that Jewish guilt?
Hey, that Jewish kid.
No. Listen.
No, I
can't-
was
I
just mad
can't rem-
because you went quiet for a second. So I was like, Diana had me nervous.
I mean, I'm not plotting 24/7, but you gotta be plotting about like so
Never
much.
plot. I never plot.
So what do you do when there's no one watching?
When there's no one watching,
That's an inappropriate question for the stream.
Sorry.
Judy is what I was told.
That was a
It's called
rhetorical
Judy.
That was meant to be rhetorical, and it came out way too intense. I apologize, Candy. That
Don't
wasn't
apologize.
appropriate.
She's fine.
I'm telling you I was told recently by someone that it's called gooning.
Well, you didn't have to answer that. It was
is.
rhetorical. But...
So I think that's better than plotting.
Oh yeah.
I think my thing gets more stuff done. I mean, like I said, you don't. Sometimes.
Because you know she has something to show for it.
That
Some show for what? For
I can't.
plotting or
my
gooning?
dad is watching right now. I can't be talking about this.
Does Daddy know? He knows it. Damn. Daddy knew and I didn't even know what that was.
I don't know if he does, but I don't want to talk about it. With him listening.
that's funny.
Yeah. The reason why I
think
bring it
that's
up, Diana,
fair.
is because I
think that's
because I
pretty
didn't
fair.
know. I didn't know what it was. I was like, "What is this?" And then they told me, and I was like, "Oh."
Yeah, which is funny because like they talk about it on Destiny's stream all the time. I'm so surprised you never heard what it was before.
I never. No, like I said, I seen the word. I just never caught on to what it meant.
Yeah.
It never occurred to me.
Okay.
That.
Okay.
Yeah. So yeah.
Okay. Fair enough.
Plotting. Yeah, I don't
All
have
right.
enemies. I don't have a list of enemies or
Like
anybody
Cash
that
Patel.
Like plotting
Yeah,
doesn't plotting doesn't have to be harmful.
I think plotting is for.
I mean, it's generally thought to be. I mean, in
it has,
general, plotting
Yeah, I think there's
usually implies something harmful, but I guess that's true. It doesn't have to.
Yeah. This is not right. But by definition it's basically kind of like plotting your revenge. Like, you know what I mean? Like it's like
that's how it's usually used.
nefarious, right? Behind it.
You can do defensive plotting. And also, I don't plot on like a scale of like Macbeth revenge. I plot on the scale of like how can I like
She's
how can I
plotting-
inconvenience?
She's plotting in a Shakespearean level.
No, it is no. I plot
You're
on a
a
reverse flash
because
level.
how do
Reverse
you?
flash level.
Oh,
Yeah, no, it's
That's
only the
even
super
more
petty.
than fucking Shakespearean. You're
No, the
plotting to
meme
fuck
version.
with
The meme
timelines.
version. Not the meme version, not the one that kills his mom. The one that like slightly inconveniences. That's my thing. I put so much. Sometimes I will put like a lot of effort into slight inconveniences as an act of protest. Not very often, but I at least think about it.
Wow.
right, but the type of plotting you're talking about, we require you first to anticipate and imagine a potential possible uh something happening, so for you to preemptively plot a counter action to that.
Yes.
That is too much thinking for me.
Yeah. No. You got
I
it. Like I don't.
cannot sit here and think of stuff that could happen. So
Okay.
then
So,
then after I imagine that scenario, I have to plot
so
to think how I'm going to counter that potential something that hasn't happened
okay.
yet,
I
but could
think I
potentially
just
happen.
I think I need to establish what the cultural the difference. Did you grow up in a 18-year prank war? Because that was my house. So I think that's just what it stems from. I
Okay.
forgot I forgot that I'm in like crazy again. No, it's just that's just how my family is.
Okay.
I can't help that I'm one of them. I spend all my time with them. Obviously, I'm. You gotta spend time slightly inconveniencing each other in ways that can't be traced back to you. That's what you
So
do.
there thus comes the plotting and the counter plotting.
Yeah,
Yeah, no, I did not. Yeah, no.
it's fun. You just kind of, you know.
Sounds exhausting to me, but yeah, I've
That's why
never,
I drink so much caffeine.
I never even. Oh,
Dude,
yeah.
I've been hooked on caffeine since I was
You're
like
an only
4 years
child, right?
old. This is why I need to have the brain back.
Jordan, you're an only child, right?
No.
Okay, sorry.
Oh, yeah. I had
I
four
thought you
older
were.
siblings.
Nope. I have a little sister.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I don't. No, yeah.
And by little, I
Cool.
mean she's 30.
Okay. So I'm sure. So you get what it's like to have a sibling. I have four older siblings, and they're like a decade
no.
older than me.
I'm the
So
oldest.
yeah. My every sibling must be a little shell shocked, but I yeah. You gotta be on your toes, man.
For plotting?
Or plotting. Yes, you gotta. They don't. You gotta. It's the rules. I don't know. I don't know. I think I'm making sense.
Right.
Making a
Well,
decent amount of sense.
you make sense because you lived in it. I wouldn't know. I have four siblings. We never plotted or even argue. We never argue.
Like
Fight, argue.
no, like and it's not just my siblings. It's also my parents. But that's different because that's more like Orwellian.
Okay.
So there's like it's like you got these two you got big brother and big sister, my parents, and then you got four fucking jokers, just agents of chaos. And it's
Okay.
mostly, but luckily, these forces all counteract each other if you know how to navigate it. Everything
Mm,
cancels itself out eventually.
gotcha.
Yeah. No, it's all exhausting, but eventually it's like,
Mm-hmm. Sounds
that's
like,
love.
is it?
That's love, right? It's love. It has to be love.
It's a
You
form of it.
understand? Yeah,
Okay. Okay.
it is.
I'm not arguing.
Anyway, um, how about that Elon Musk fellow? Am I right?
Yeah, we got
Elon
it.
Musk.
Got him. Yo, Candy? What's your favorite TV show?
I like a lot of things.
Okay.
I have a very my taste in TV shows vary a lot.
Yeah.
They vary a lot. I watch from RuPaul's Drag Race to like NCIS, Blue Blood. Like I like a lot of different shows, different Law and Order. I like that one a lot, and then I also like uh Star Wars series, TV, Star Trek series, anime.
No, you don't like Star Wars series. Don't lie.
He just likes everything they make. It's like, yeah, I like Star Wars. Everything they make is no, it's not good. That
See?
kid show was awful.
Oh my god.
It was awful.
Well, the consensus disagrees with you. Okay, so yeah.
No. Just because other people say it's good, it doesn't mean it's good.
Yes.
They
Yeah,
said
I am
Ahsoka-
argumentum
Ahsoka
ad
Tano-
populum
Ahsoka
right
Tano
now.
got a bad review, and it was good. It's just that people didn't understand it because they didn't know it was a continuation of Rebels. So in order to understand Ahsoka Tano, um, you had to watch Rebels, Star Wars Rebels.
Yeah. Same with Obi-Wan. Like, people didn't know it was good because they clearly didn't watch Star Wars if they didn't like it.
Yo, Andor was fantastic.
Obi-Wan was like cut a little piece of meat every day and take it back home.
That
Like,
was
it's so boring.
literally one episode! I can't believe we're still talking about that. The fucking little meat slice.
You know what show Candy I think would hate based on just that one
Okay,
comment?
I told you
Vinland
already.
Saga.
Which one, God? Diana?
What?
God.
Vinland Saga. I
What?
don't know. That's a good show.
What's it called?
I'm really high. What the fuck are my headphones?
I don't know. Where are your headphones?
Yo. I'm back.
Yay. Did you find your headphones?
I did. It was difficult. I only lost one, but I lost one AirPod before I went on the drive, the fateful drive. Do you know how much of an insult to injury that I just had one AirPod? There are all of that until I got home, and then Jordan, I DM'd you the haystack I had to look for because I dropped my case and the one AirPod just popped
jeez.
out. Both popped out. That's the haystack I had to look
Yeah,
through.
I see it. That's
That's
crazy.
my living room.
That's a lot of shit.
That's my Yeah. It's a work in progress.
That's fine.
It is. It was pretty.
So,
I got a
It's gonna
good
be
deal
hard to
on it.
look for shit. That's all.
Yeah. I got a
Jordan,
good.
did you like Andor too?
Yes.
No
Oh my
accounting for
God.
taste.
No accounting for taste, dude. Like
No accounting for taste.
Andor, people who liked and didn't like Andor was like 60, 40, 70, 30 liked, disliked. Most people liked Andor.
Andor was good.
Oh!
Shit.
Oh!
Andor
Oh!
was boring as hell.
Andor was so good.
So
It
good.
was not. It was not good.
Unbelievable.
Yo, the opening with the orchestra. Oh man. Ugh.
Oh, my dad left.
Oh. Oh.
My dad left.
My dad.
Yeah, dad left the chat.
No, the accent. My dad.
My dad.
My
My
dad.
dad. He left. He's gone.
Oh. Yo, my setup is so comfy.
That's nice.
It is. A different setup. I have a bedroom. It's 2 rooms. The bedroom is a lot nicer. And like I have like this I think it's a queen. It's a queen size bed that I have just covered in blankets in this very intricate layer, not to cover myself in, just to lay on in this bit. Like it's one big mattress essentially.
Very
That just
nice.
I just sink into, and I have this super powerful space heater, so I don't need to be covered in the blankets.
Very, very nice.
And like a powerful space heater in this is insane because like this room is so insulated.
Mm-mm.
And then if things get bad enough, I have like an actual functioning coal stove.
Wow. It's kind of wild.
And a bomb shelter. My house is crazy. It is. I need you to know everything I'm describing is done in such a redneck way. Even the bomb shelter. Frankly, it was designed to be a bomb shelter. It's not a bomb shelter. Like, I know for a fact that's what it's designed to be. That's what they said. It's not. Also, it's. When did it get taped shut? Wait, that's
I don't know.
sealed. When did that happen? I live here.
I do not know the answer to that question.
Okay, I'm not gonna think about that too hard. I'm gonna wait. No, that's fine. That makes sense. I figured it out.
It would seem there's a lot of crazy going on in your house.
It's a normal to moderate amount of crazy, I'd think.
No, that's not normal. Normal
How
to
could it
you,
not be normal?
maybe
But-
normal to you or to your what you're used to, but yeah, I think it's
Candy,
very.
you're not making any sense. How could what I'm describing sound crazy if I'm
No, no,
censoring
no, no,
so
no.
much to make it sound better?
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying like you use the term
That's funny.
crazy. Yeah, like
Yeah.
she keeps saying this
No,
is crazy, or maybe
I
I'm
don't think you
crazy, and this
appreciated my
is
joke as
crazy.
much as Jordan did.
Yeah, she made a joke.
I didn't hear it.
It was how could what I'm describing be crazy or bad if, if I'm censoring so much to make it sound good?
Like, she's saying that it sounds crazy. It still sounds crazy, even though she's leaving out a bunch of stuff.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. No, I meant like that she uses the terminology crazy a lot. You
I
know, like
think I mean I guess I shouldn't use that. You're right. That is ableist terminology
yeah.
from a bygone era.
So I was making the joke. There's a lot of crazy going on over there because you keep saying crazy this, crazy that, crazy. It was a joke. It didn't land.
Oh. Oh. Oh.
It didn't quite
Okay.
land.
Crap.
Meow.
Now I have been made a fool.
Did you
No.
just make a Cardi B sound?
No.
What's a Cardi
Oh,
B sound?
Definitely
Oh.
made a Cardi B sound.
Oh.
Okay.
Remember when Bill Gates was the richest guy on earth?
Yes.
That was a simpler time.
Yeah.
At least for me.
Well,
I remember
mhm.
being a child when that was the case. Things were pretty easy. I mean, besides all the scheming and plotting that comes with childhood, that has eased up a bit.
I'm glad we're not talking about this, like, because I don't want to
About
talk
what?
about it.
Oh, we're
About
going to be
what?
talking about
All
tariffs in a
the
second.
government takeover.
Oh, we're going to
No,
be talking about the tariffs in a second, though. I can promise you that.
What
No.
tariffs?
No, no, I'm talking about the government takeover where they fucking went in
USAID.
to take over and told people not to come into work and
And are going to,
laid
like,
off, like
lead
partially
to a
like
bunch
laid
of
off.
people dying around the world because of the end of
And
aid programs.
they want access to certain parts of uh the federal OBS is OB. It's a database where all the federal funding is. Another one was a different database for federal employees that had to do with uh, the January 6th investigation.
Mm-hmm.
They want to uh, purge even if all you did was like make copies, because again, you got to remember. Trump is always trying to oversimplify things. Like, oh, this has happened because of this. That's not necessarily true. It's just because when the Department of Justice, they have to create an indictment. They have to get the evidence. They have to pass it through grand jury. Then the grand jury has to decide whether they're going to indict. Then it's a process. So it doesn't just goes um federal agents to indict. It doesn't go like that, like straight to. It doesn't jump to, you know, from the investigative process to the indictment. Okay, we got the indictment here. No, there's a process that they,
Mm-hmm.
gotta follow. And these people like could have been involved in January 6th, just even making copies of the paperwork. Anybody who had touched the case is getting canned.
Yep.
It don't matter what level of involvement they have. And even though they're not the ones who decide the indictment, because they don't, they just present the evidence. And then a judge, right? That's how it goes. A,
Yep.
a grand jury. A
Well,
grand
I mean,
jury.
they're prosecutors. That's yeah.
Right.
They're like they're the
Yeah, but the
prosecution
prosecutor,
in a
right, and
case.
then
Yeah.
but you need a grand jury. So
To decide if the case
the
is
grand
worth
jury,
going
right,
to trial.
if
Yeah.
if it's enough right evidence here to
To go to trial.
the prosecutor just right can't just decide, okay, we have enough evidence, let's prosecute. No, it has to go through grand jury. The grand jury decides, okay, yeah, there is enough evidence, and
Yep.
then from there, yeah.
Yep.
But
They don't care. You know, Donald Trump doesn't care about the rule of law. He's used to getting away with things. He thinks it doesn't
yeah,
apply to him.
exactly.
And you know what?
I mean, I think
It kind of doesn't apply to him. So that's where we are.
Sorry, let me go
mean-
tinkle real quick.
yeah, I mean,
Oh.
it seems that the rule of law doesn't apply to him. It feels that way.
Yep.
I'd really like it to not be that way,
Well,
personally.
too fucking bad.
Yeah, I guess. Huh.
Because ain't nothing we can really do about it now.
Yep. This is what America wanted.
Part of America. Not even half of voting America.
Oh well.
But it's because a bunch of voting America stayed home because instead of realizing that Donald Trump was going to be worse for like pretty much everything, just because Kamala Harris wasn't saying exactly what they wanted to hear on Gaza, a bunch of people decided, oh, well, we're just not going to vote anyway. And they also got fooled into thinking Donald Trump was going to be better for Gaza. Which, of course, he's showing now he clearly very much is not.
Well,
But I knew that. I said it the whole time. I've been saying this the whole time. I said, if y'all think Donald Trump is going to be better for Gaza, y'all are tripping. And now look what he's talking about. He's literally like, oh, let's just fucking ethnically cleanse the place.
well, shit.
Yeah.
So, you ever think about the fact that, like, so many of your, and you,
What?
sorry, I just kind of had like a existential dread and guilt thing happen,
What for?
and oh, sorry, what for would be such a complicated thing to unpack.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, wow. Our tax dollars are gonna fund a genocide, and they were already kind of.
Well, no,
Who's
I don't know about a
genocide?
genocide, but I think they may fund an ethnic cleansing if they keep going this way.
Yeah, so either way, that's bad. An ethnic
That's
cleansing. I don't
probably
want
bad.
to. Probably.
Well, I
Well,
don't.
who's
I don't
being
say
ethnically
things
cleansed?
definitely. The Palestinians in Gaza.
How are they being
Not yet.
ethnically cleansed?
Not yet.
Right.
But that may happen. We'll see.
How?
If they all get pushed out of the region.
People aren't suggesting they're pushed out of the region. They're suggesting that more refugees are taken in, so it's not such a overly populated, condensed, and not properly resourced area,
Well,
which
I
I
thought
think
it was
is.
that. I thought it was, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I thought they were saying the entire population of Gaza.
Yeah, and how are they? I mean, have you seen the Gaza Strip itself? I mean, it's like 2 major cities. They're saying there's over 5 million people in that small little section to begin with.
2.5.
What, 2.5 million?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. If you like were to Google it right now, how many Palestinians there are, it would tell you like 5 million.
No.
But yeah, 2.5. That's what I thought. But either
Total
way,
Palestinians, total maybe, but
it's-
in the Gaza Strip, 2.5.
right. Okay. So, yeah, I don't know if it's even possible to push the entire population of the Gaza Strip out of Pal. Oh yeah, because there's the West Bank as well. So it's probably the
But I
5
feel
million,
like-
including the West.
that's what I'm saying. But I feel like
That's-
even trying to do that is probably pretty fucked. Like obviously, I think.
But
You
I
know,
don't think they're
you-
trying to
you and
push
I
the
agree.
entire.
Well, that depends on who you talk to, right? Because there's part of Netanyahu's government that absolutely do want to do that.
Hey,
and,
look.
and then there's like Mike Huckabee absolutely wants to do that. But Mark Rubio probably doesn't want to do that. So like it depends on who you ask in any particular depends on who you ask, because Greater Israel is like a thing that there's a decent number of people that want it, right? Personally, I don't really agree with that because, like I'm a super strong two-state solution guy, but I don't know. I worry, man. That would be not good for a number of reasons. Obviously, I think in general, morally, we probably shouldn't be doing ethnic cleansings if they do end up pushing everybody out, even if it's as refugees, right? It seems like the intention for them is not to let them come back. And then also, it's just, Israel is dealing with kind of its lowest popularity across the world right now. And I feel like the last thing they need.
Since the 30s.
Yeah, but it's pretty bad right now. Like, it's particularly bad right now. And I feel like the last thing they need is like more fodder for the UN and all these organizations to say like, see how terrible. I mean, like look at that kind of talk allowed Leo to say some pretty disgusting shit, I thought, earlier today, right? And
right.
And it's like hard to argue against it because it's like that's not true, but also like that's not a good look, And so, I want what's best for Israel peace-wise on the international stage. And to me, the way I think the best way to go about that is to get a two-state solution, not to push all the Palestinians out. Obviously, Hamas is an issue, and there might be a situation where we have to get a peace deal, and Hamas does some more crazy shit just to show for real, like, see, we weren't fucking lying about these motherfuckers. But we also kicked the shit out of them, so. Either way, it's complex. It's a complex thing.
My problem is so many people share propaganda like, oh, Israel's committing genocide. Oh, Israel's committing.
At this point, I just ignore that shit and I just go with.
Well, because of that, I look at all of it as speculation now. Because I mean, let's see what they actually do versus like what they've been saying they've been doing.
No, I agree. Obviously, I'm not going to say they're ethnically cleansing them now. But when I start hearing the talk, like Trump was saying, like move them, all out as refugees, however you want to frame it, right? I personally want to push back on that so it doesn't happen, right? But I'm not here saying, oh my God, it's happening right now, right? I'm saying that, well, let's avoid that option because I don't think that's a good option. I think, being a peacemaker should be Trump's goal.
Yeah. Well, they got to rebuild the entire city structures.
Yes.
They have to kind of rebuild their entire government.
Yeah.
They kind of have to push out Hamas government if they're ever going to start healing that city. Otherwise, it's going to remain a terrorist landscape. It's just what it does. It breeds terrorist ideals. So, like, the amount of work it has to do, I mean, it wouldn't be a bad idea to start saying, hey, Jordan, Egypt, other surrounding Muslim countries that support more similar ideals of Palestinians, like, can you not take some of these refugees? I'm sure there's plenty of Palestinians that would also be very open to leaving. You know, since since it's
Yes.
considered a open air prison, imagine giving the option of that person going,
I
"Hey, do you want to
mean,
leave the open air prison
in some
and go into
areas,
other Muslim nations?" But
I
then you
think
also
I think
go
the
ahead.
open air prison thing, like in some areas, I guess is maybe kind of accurate. But if you look at a lot of like photos and videos on the ground from the Gaza Strip before
Right.
this war, I mean, it's not like perfect and beautiful. You know, everybody's so happy and looks hot and just stoked. But it's not like it doesn't look like a fucking gulag either. You know.
Yeah, I agree, but I'm just being sarcastic in that sense. Like,
Yeah.
why would it not be okay or beneficial for individuals to leave that area and for other countries to help the refugees they say they care so much about that they gathered all the leaders of the Middle East
Well,
to
there's a
condemn
lot.
Israel? Like,
There's
why is there no why is there no outside help for Palestine
so I
from the other
agree.
Muslim nations?
I would like to see more of that. There are some geopolitical reasons why we don't. I personally think they're pretty terrible reasons, but they're reasons
I'm not even
nonetheless.
discussing we. I'm discussing the Middle East, the people who have the
No, that's what
self-interest
I'm
in
saying.
helping the
Why
other
they
Islamic
don't?
people.
Why other countries in the Middle East don't? Like specifically Jordan and
It's all
Egypt have
it's
a
largely
bit
because
of
of
a
Sunni and Shiite conflicts. Like
there's
that's a
Sunni and
large one.
Shiite conflicts. There's also geopolitical motivations, right? So the Arab League have all sort of uh, vowed not to give citizenship to Palestinian refugees, basically to continue the Palestinian cause, which one could view in a number of different lights. From one side, one could say that, well, you know, they're trying to stand up for the Palestinians and make sure they get help. But on the other side, you know, one could say that, well, they're using the Palestinians as a pawn in a geopolitical conflict. And by not letting them get citizenship, this allows them to keep using them as a pawn for geopolitical conflict. Another, specifically when we're talking about Egypt and Jordan, you know, not only do they not want to bring in like potentially multiple millions of new people of a different background into their country all at the same time, they also have a bit of a shaky history. In the past, the PLO in both countries attempted to coup the government, and so they're a little bit wary about that as well, because they are also concerned about, you know, yeah, the regular Palestinian citizens they'd be more open to taking, but you know, just like anywhere else, they're going to be worried. Okay, like who's a regular Palestinian citizen and who's Hamas and or you know Islamic Jihad or whatever it might be. So there's just a lot of reasons as to why you're not going to see those countries really step up to the plate in taking in those refugees. So it kind of puts it in a, you know, the idea that they're going to open their doors to all the Palestinians from Gaza is an unlikely thing. And you know, that sort of rhetoric of it's like, okay, let's push them out, and then no one's going to take them. It does kind of make me, you know, wonder like, all right, well, where do they see that natural next step to be? And I don't know what that is, right? But I can see outcomes that are good and outcomes that are not so good. So I'm watching that very closely. I'm watching that rhetoric very, very closely. I don't know what it's actually going to turn into, but you know, it could be worrying, and it could just be, you know, potentially it could be a continuation of the ceasefire. Potentially we could see something pretty bad. I don't know. We don't know at this point. But I think the rhetoric is a little scary from my perspective.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, the Middle East is fucked. Who knew, right? What a surprise.
Who knows?
And then the tariffs.
The tariffs.
So
What about yeah?
looks like China is going to go forward as of right now. And then yeah, Mexico and Canada postponed for a month.
Bethany.
I do find it's very interesting. I don't know if did you take a look at the quote unquote deals that were struck?
Not in full detail.
Okay.
No.
So I obviously encourage you to take a look at your own, push back on me if you find information against what I'm about to say, right? But from what I'm understanding at this point, and I've done a little bit of research on this, I haven't spent hours and hours yet, but I did a bit of research here. The deal with Canada, and I can send you actually the article where they talk about this, but the deal with Canada was something Canada had actually already announced that they were going to do in December. It's about 90% exactly the same thing as what they announced they were already going to do in December. The only addition is they now added a fentanyl czar, which is interesting. However, Canada only accounts for about 0.2% of all of the fentanyl that crosses into the United States. So I don't know. It seemed like Trump is touting it as a victory, and Trudeau is in social media saying, "Oh, we came to a deal, I think, to, be nice to Trump as part of the negotiation." But it seems to me like there wasn't too much there with the deal. It seems to me, well, actually, I'm going to talk about Mexico first, and then I'll sort of give my own impression as to what happened. And then Mexico, it was the 10,000 troops on the border, which is fine, right? That's probably good. We want to do that. But there's another couple things to sort of talk about there. Claudia Sheinbaum came into this from the beginning wanting to work together on border stuff with the United States. She was open to this sort of thing from the beginning. She didn't really need to be strong-armed into it. She was kind of willing to work with us. And she got a lot of what she wanted out of this as well, as far as working together on the border. Another really important thing about that is that Biden actually already made a very, very similar deal with them in 2021, bringing 10,000 troops, Mexican troops, to the border to help as well. And he did it without any threats or anything like that. So my kind of thoughts about this are, it seems like when Trump started getting a lot of negative feedback, and I'm assuming a lot of that feedback was probably from other Republicans, because, you and I have talked a lot about tariffs and how they could potentially have a pretty negative impact on the economy. I think behind the scenes, he was getting a lot of negative feedback from, people maybe in the cabinet and other Republicans. And then especially on Monday when they woke up and the stock market took a huge dive, basically he sort of called them and said, we need to work something out so we don't have to do this. And they sort of did it in a way where the other leaders were like, okay, we'll do this, and we'll, we reached a deal or whatever, so you can look good generally, and we can move forward better in our discussions. That's what I'm thinking kind of happened. We'll see how those negotiations move forward. But I definitely think, especially with the big drop that the stock market took, that Trump saw that this strategy was backfiring a little bit. So that's my sort of conclusion on everything I've seen so far. Throughout the week or in the next couple of days, or even now, if you find some more information that I didn't really know about or didn't cover, obviously send that my way. And, Daniel, I will take a look and engage honestly with you on it.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. That's kind of what I'm thinking about that. But hey, however you interpret it, I am very, very glad that we at least have a chance to avoid these tariffs altogether, because I do not think they're a good thing. So I hope that goes positively, because Mexico and Canada are two of our warmest and friendliest allies. And, out of all this mess, though there might end up being some good cooperation, right? It sounds like that's what Scheinbaum wanted. It sounds like that's what even fucking Trudeau wants. So who knows? Maybe in a few months we'll forget the tariff thing ever happened. Stock market will rebound. I'm being very optimistic, but I'm an optimist. So
You're an optimist?
I am an optimist, believe it or not. I always think things are going to get better over time rather than worse. Maybe not immediately, but over time. Yeah.
I'm gonna post this in the Discord real
I
quick. I got a
think
great
things
meme.
gradually get better and then suddenly get really, really worse, and it kind of evens itself out, but it trends better. Things getting worse is just more dramatic, but the trend is towards positivity and health and stuff.
Yeah, I mean, like, life expectancy generally went up, but it's kind of, we need to eat better. That's one of the things. I will say this, right? And I've said this, Daniel, right? Like, one of the things I think I like about RFK is he's going to try to make our food a lot healthier. Obviously, I really don't like the vaccine stuff, but I think the food stuff will be pretty good for us. So I will
If he
give
can
it
get
a-
rid of the
vaccinate
fucking
children.
food
When you look at the
deserts, I will
comparisons.
forgive a lot.
What?
Yeah, it's go ahead. Sorry, you
It-
say your thing.
What were you going to say, Diana?
I said if he were to get rid of the food deserts, I would
Yes.
forgive a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not saying
that's
he
a
can
great
do that,
benefit.
but if that were to
Nah,
happen,
he will. That's the goal.
Hopefully.
there we go. I will say this: if he can get rid of the food deserts, I will be full. I will. He will be somewhat of a hero in my eyes.
Okay.
Well, he once was a champion Democrat. I look forward to RFK
What is
Jr.
it-
And
what is-
honestly, I think. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Go ahead,
Yeah,
Ken.
that's cool. Go ahead.
I was gonna ask, what is a food desert?
That's where you can't get real food. It's all packaged stuff.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
if you live in a
Okay.
place where it's really hard to get like healthy, good food, where it's like everywhere you're going is like, fast food and like gas station food and like just food that's bad
Dude,
for
and
you.
then you get these
Good
fucking
examples
whack
is that
ass.
there's like a Midwest or Kansas town with like one where there's like towns where their closest thing to a grocery store is like a Dollar General.
Yikes.
Yeah, no, that's like a big thing where it'll be like literally that's the closest they have to a grocery store in their town within like an hour.
Yikes.
And
Yeah,
then
that's not good.
and then some urban areas get really bad with like it's
Ugh. Man, I saw the CNN article too, and this is why I just can't stand that damn news source. But if you were to like Google CNN red meat right now, not only did this recent article come out, but over like the last 6 years, they've been constantly pushing that red meat has like negative health effects. The most recent article, like the headline itself says, red meat to cause like 20% increase in dementia or yada yada yada. Like there's all these bullshit fucking things. Then you read the article and it says processed red meat. Then
Yeah.
you read the meats that they actually use, and it's fucking bologna, hot dogs, and
Yeah.
bacon. I'm like,
it's
dude,
all
it's
processed,
all pork
yeah.
products.
Yeah.
It's not only just processed, it's just
Although-
all pork products, dude. I'm
Although
just like, how does this
although
get
in
headlined
general-
as red meat increases dementia? Like, how is that the headline? It's
I will say
such
this
clickbait bullshit.
about
It's
red
insane.
meats. So red meats are generally higher in cholesterol. Processed or not,
Yeah,
they
but,
generally
dude,
are
that's-
higher in
but it
cholesterol.
doesn't
And I know
matter,
this because I've been having to eat
people-
healthier.
Dude, I mean, honestly, I'd highly recommend just eating red meat and eggs. And they tell you eggs are high in cholesterol as well, but it also comes down to the way your body processes good
you need to
cholesterol versus bad cholesterol.
Balance. You need to be balanced in your diet is really what you need to be doing. Right now, I'm cutting out a lot of cholesterol. And I do have, I have generally good levels of like good cholesterol, for example. But I'm just trying to bring my cholesterol down. And then once Are you okay over there, Diana?
sorry, I'm fine.
You good?
Just I need to quit. I need to sober the fuck up.
Oh,
God
all right.
damn.
Fair
Yeah.
enough.
Oh man. Oh well.
Oh, you hit the Benjamin a little hard, huh?
Yeah. That's all.
Now you're coughing it out. Gotcha.
All right,
Yeah,
I
I'm
got
fine.
Yeah.
That makes me want to smoke a joint in honor of you.
Thank you, Daniel.
I'm probably
Thank
gonna
you.
do that right now.
Candy, you and I will be the sober fucks.
Stay on the same level.
Mm.
The whole eating healthy thing is great, fantastic. But I don't want nobody fucking telling me what I can or can't eat.
I agree with
And
that
the-
concept as
and
well. I
hold
do.
on,
I truly do.
And the hypocrisy of it all. Oh, eat healthy, but inject yourself with Botox to make yourself look younger, which is a fucking
or an
poison,
even more fun one,
by
which
the
is
way.
Ozempic. Ozempic's the new wave, and then there's
Oh,
studies already
Ozempic
showing
is
that that could cause
another-
osteoporosis.
Yeah,
I
let's
do
do
think
that.
I do think processed foods there should probably be less ubiquitous access to processed foods everywhere
about-
all the time,
Agree with
because
that as well.
that
How
is
about just
like
removing the insane
really
chemical
really bad for us.
out of our
and
food supply?
they're showing
Yeah,
they
no.
are showing links to cancer in processed foods.
Okay, you know what? Porn is not that great for us either all the time, but
Porn
cocaine.
doesn't give you cancer.
Or cocaine gives you cancer, or it gives you at least Parkinson's. Maybe not cancer,
Well,
but
cocaine's illegal.
you know, this is true.
Yeah, cocaine is
My
illegal.
bad.
And again,
All right,
porn
good
doesn't
point,
give you
good point.
cancer. But processed meats, it looks like they might be giving you
they
cancer, or at least
might.
raising
No,
your
they
You
are.
chance
know
for
how
it.
many things they
It's
told us
definitely
over
raising
the
your chance for
years?
cancer. It's raising your
This
chance for
might be
dementia.
bad for you, and then they're like, "Oh no, it's not," and then they're
Yeah,
like,
but
"This
imagine-
might be bad for you." I don't
Imagine
want
if you went.
somebody telling me what I can eat. I
Imagine
don't
if
care.
you went to
If I wanna eat
McDonald's.
processed food,
Imagine if you went to
my life.
McDonald's.
The goal isn't to tell you what to eat. It's telling you what people can make. It's
Yeah,
different.
listen. Imagine you
If
went
there's
to
something on the market, you
McDonald's.
can buy it.
Imagine you went to McDonald's and it was like freshly sourced, really good beef that's delicious that they were using in your burgers. Wouldn't you rather that than like the shitty patties they put in there now?
It could be made out of fucking possum. I don't give a fuck. If I want to eat it,
You
I'm
should.
gonna eat it.
Well, no, I mean it's America. That's her choice. But like, I don't know. I feel like if it's tastier, if they could make it so that it's like, you know, and the reason
Well,
why
how about
processed
this
shit
concept?
tastes cheaper is because it's everywhere, right? And at this point, there's so much of it. Demand is low, and it's cheaper than like freshly sourced foods. If there was way more freshly sourced foods available, those prices would go down too, right? But like for example, In-N-Out. You ever had In-N-Out, Candy?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The burgers are really good. The fries kind of suck, but the burgers are really
I
good.
suck.
And they're fresh. It's fresh meat, fresh veggies, fresh everything every day. And I think
local
that makes
farms,
a difference. And
which is
local
always cool.
farms. And I think that makes a difference.
Which
And
helps
it tastes
support the
delicious.
community.
And it's like cheaper than McDonald's for a burger too.
Which it didn't used to be that way, but somehow McDonald's just skyrocketed in
I
prices.
remember, like, a
and
few years ago, it was
In-N-Out
like-
it's still cheaper.
I remember like
In-N-Out has been
like-
cheaper for a while, but there was a time when McDonald's burgers were like a fucking quarter.
Yeah, because I remember like 10 years ago, In-N-Out was like $4 for a double.
Right.
Yeah.
But that around that same time, you get a little McDouble for like $2, $1.
That's
You know what I
true.
mean?
That's actually-
but now McDonald's actually has skyrocketed in prices. It's crazy.
Yeah. That's why we gotta keep our low cost labor, Daniel. Come on, man.
I'm not one to eat a whole lot of junk food. I don't remember the last time I ate McDonald's. But
That's good.
still, if I want to go eat McDonald's, then I want to go eat McDonald's.
No, but it's just
shouldn't
it's
be
not that
option
you
where-
it's not that they're gonna like close down McDonald's. It's that the foods and the types of foods that McDonald's can use to make their food is going to be generally healthier and better for you. That's the idea. Not that
But this
McDonald's is
what I'm
gone.
saying. Listen,
Well, the big thing
I-
is like just take the red dye 40 argument for example. Like, if so many other countries have removed red dye 40, like, why is America
And
not
they still have
following in suit?
McDonald's.
If we know that there's an improvement, or we know that there's a specific link to red dye 40 and cancer, we know that there's links to these certain chemicals that we put in our food sources and food systems and our preservatives that like so many other countries have banned. It's like it's
Yeah, and
almost
I
wrong for us
promise
to
you,
serve that
Candy, you
amongst
wouldn't
the
miss
masses.
red dye 40 if they banned
You
it.
wouldn't. Yeah, we're not banning Twinkies. We're just banning the certain chemicals that we know are linked to cancer and in those Twinkies and shit like that.
Yeah, we're saying we don't put poison in our food. We're not saying
Exactly.
don't give
That's
us.
it.
Yeah, you get the same food
but
just without the
You
poison.
can still eat as many burgers, fries, Twinkies, Fritos, Fruit Loops as you want, but that's a great example.
And
Like, why
you can
is the
feel better
Canadian
about
Fruit Loop
eating it too.
made with fruit juice dyes, fruit dyes, and then
Yeah.
ours is made with intense chemical dyes? It's crazy. It doesn't make any sense. You can still have all these same products. It's gonna be overly sugary, overly fatty, and yet we can do it without the poison.
Yeah, it's going to be like still unhealthy foods are going to be plentiful. It's America, where you eat whatever you want. Don't put poison in it. Is what we're saying.
Yeah, it's literally poison. There's enough science that shows that we are truly poisoning Americans. It's crazy.
I think that's one of the things I'm okay with RFK Jr. on. I think that's a good new attitude
No,
for us to go to.
I don't want to take health advice from somebody who eats roast.
That's fine, but the thing
Bro,
is,
have you never
if he's
hit it
right,
here?
it doesn't really matter.
Bro,
like-
Yeah,
could be delicious,
yeah,
depending
like,
on the roadkill.
There's so much I dislike about RFK Jr.
Agreed.
But I agree with him on this thing, and
on this one
and
thing.
I don't.
I'm
Maybe I agree with him
super-
on other stuff
That's
too.
not nothing new. You guys are acting like how long?
Yeah, but
have
he's
people been
doing
trying
it.
to get
But he's
Yeah,
doing
he's-
it exactly the
to
point.
eat
But he's
healthy.
actually
Conversation's
doing
been
it.
going on for years. Yeah, exactly.
That's
This
the
is
thing.
not a
is
new
he's-
conversation.
No,
This is
no
an
one's
old
saying it's a
conversation's
new
been going on
conversation.
for many
No
years.
one's
not
asking,
new.
but he's in
Time.
office. He's the guy in office
And-
right
and
now.
he's saying he's
saying
gonna
he's
do
gonna
it.
I
something.
understand that. But
If he
this
doesn't
is
do it, he
not
can
a new
fuck off.
conversation.
Yeah, if he
I
doesn't
agree.
do it, he can fuck off. But if
Yeah,
he
exactly.
does it, that would be
And
good.
it's great. Yeah.
Doesn't mean I like his other policies. I think his vaccine stuff is insane. But like,
I'm not talking about. I'm talking about this is what he's trying to do. Is not new conversation. It's something that's
So-
been.
no, you're right. It's not a
Yeah, we
new
heard you.
conversation.
We agree
You're
with that.
100%
But
right.
if he does it, it would be cool.
Yeah, if he's the guy who does it, that's great. And I'll
If
I'll
not,
say,
he's the-
Candy, at the very least, what you got to realize is he's the first person in the position he's in who's been talking about this conversation and pro doing all this. Because the last people in that same position he's in ignore all of that. They're more in favor of
They're
whatever's
not.
going on.
Just because they don't talk about it doesn't mean that they're pro or in favor.
Well,
They just,
That's
You know, but it
okay.
makes a huge difference whether you talk about it or
No.
not. It makes a huge difference.
I get. I
were
think.
definitely in favor of not changing the status quo.
Yeah.
Yeah, agreed. Agreed.
yeah,
If you're
no, the
gonna ignore
people.
the problem, then you're in favor of it.
Listen,
Well, maybe not. Maybe
he's
you're
just-
not in favor of it. Maybe you're not in favor of changing the status quo because of like perceived economic impact and all of these other reasons that could go into it, right? Like realistically, there could be a lot of reasons why someone might not want to change the status quo in that position. But I think for something like health
Yeah,
related
because
things,
they got these companies in their pocket, dude. They're all compromised. But yeah,
or
go ahead.
no, well, sometimes
This is
sometimes
what
those
I
things can cause a wider effect on the economy at large, right? Like whether that shit is so like there are other reasons, right? But
Listen,
I think for something like this, I agree
Mm.
that it doesn't really matter that much, and the health is more important, and we shouldn't care, about that other stuff.
I mean, we already have that on like banning certain additive products in foods. It doesn't impact the economy in any significant margin.
Okay, well there you
Just look at the European Union. We've banned a number of
your dinky little economy. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
The fuck do you mean?
To me,
Listen,
this is the
listen.
thing.
My
One-
state is bigger than most of your
thing number
economies.
one,
Okay.
I think
You should be nervous, Steele. Didn't you hear Trump was threatening to tariff the EU, and that's the
I
type
know,
of thing
I
he
don't
always
give a
goes
shit.
through on.
Yeah.
Yeah, Sweden.
Uh,
Sweden looks like it needs some freedom. I'm just saying. Okay.
Colonize
no.
Sweden. Fuck you. It's the golden age of America.
Okay, so first of all, you're in a dictatorship. Have fun.
No, no.
Can you just laugh with me and not make me sad? Jesus.
Yeah. Come on, we were having. Let us.
We are not in a
Let us
dictatorship.
fucking laugh in our nihilistic dance.
We are in
for
a brand
bit.
new monarchy.
Fucking European coming on here being a buzzkill. We're living through a
I heard
coup.
that, Daniel.
Some solidarity, my friend.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
What if a
What I
monarch
was
is not a dictator?
what I was trying to say was there's a thing called perception. Just because it's not there in front of you doesn't mean that's not. Even Michelle Obama launched a campaign about eating healthy.
Y'all
So
lost
it's
your
not nothing
shit
new.
about those sodas, though.
And that is nothing new. But just it's like the whole, deportation thing.
Bro,
Trump
can
isn't
we?
doing anything more than Biden and Obama did but he's
No,
Well, they
televising.
didn't.
Biden
So
was
that-
horrendous.
hold on,
He was definitely doing
hold
what
on.
Biden or
The
Obama
only
did.
difference that he's doing that Obama and Biden didn't do is that he's televising it. So people are actually seeing the people getting deported. Other than that, when you look at the
I think the
numbers,
media is the one that's televising it, but yes, go ahead.
no, they don't. They're not even allowing the media. They're allowing their own people, whoever they want to. Anyways, but you know what I'm saying? The perception is different because it's in your face now, as opposed to when Obama kicked out a whole lot of people,
Whole lot of people.
but there was no TV
Sure.
camera showing them, loading them in planes and sending them out. But now, because
But we
Trump
have
is televising
the-
it, the perception is, oh, he's doing it. He's removing these people from here and da, 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 da. When in reality, the numbers he's putting out, it's about the same. Obama did more, and it's about the same as with Biden. So it's no different. So that's what I'm trying to say as far as perception. The perception of something. You just RFK sitting there and saying, "Oh, I want to remove." This is something that's not new. There's been lots of people who've been trying to remove pesticides and all kinds of chemicals out of our food. It's nothing new, and it's like,
I mean, that's fine, but we shouldn't, whether it's new or not, we should encourage it if he's going to do that,
Yeah.
right? Because it's a good thing. If he doesn't do it, we tell him to fuck off, right? But we can encourage him while he's saying it, and hopefully he does it, and then that's good.
I would rather not take health advice from somebody who used heroin. And he
Okay.
Do you
Well,
see
Well,
who
that's kind
had?
of, honestly, in my opinion, a little low. I don't know. He's been through some stuff. I don't like the guy, but
I don't-
I don't dislike him because he's
If you
not
do a
Yeah.
good job, I don't care what your past
Personally,
is.
This is it's
I
like
think,
taking
RFK Jr. is a
it's like
highly
taking
qualified individual in
advice
a bloodline
for-
of Democratic champions. I think he's a great person for this job. Also,
I think he's
honestly-
like
He's not
50% a good
qualified to
person
do
for
this
the
job.
job.
He actually
because
committed mass. He
Because
in
he has an
Samoa
actual
and killed a
care,
whole
he
bunch
cares.
of people, telling them that the vaccine would kill them, and actually
Yeah,
not
like I
getting the
said,
vaccine.
the vaccine
Killed them.
stuff is insane.
This guy
to me.
is. I don't know why you guys are so on board with this motherfucker. I don't.
I'm not on
I'm
board
not
with
on
it.
board
I
with
don't
it.
want to.
Again.
I didn't vote. I
Jordan,
didn't
as
vote
he
for
said
the dude.
repeatedly, RFK Jr. is the greatest.
Yeah, right. Like
Probably
I
gonna
say that
become
every
our
day.
president.
No, like
Hey,
I have
Exactly.
said.
He's
I
in
do
love with
not-
RFK.
Right. I think his vaccine stuff is insane, and I'm going to argue against that till the
I-
fucking cows go home. But if there's something good he's doing, I'm going to support the good thing that I agree with. Just because I don't like a lot of the stuff he stands for, or him, or whatever it might be, doesn't mean I'm not going to be opportunistic and grab the things that I think are good, too. Because he's in power, and there ain't shit I can do about that right now.
It's until the cows come home and not go home. Thank you.
What?
Well,
I
what
said
if we
until
don't
the
want
cows
the
come home.
cows?
No, you said go home.
No, I would not say that.
You did say
I've
that.
never said until the cows go home in my entire life.
Yeah, no, he
That's
didn't
what you
say
said.
that.
You
Thank you.
did say that.
No, he didn't.
You're just being a hater, Steele.
And-
You're just being
and
a
no-
hater.
And if he did, I
Chugging
would
the
totally hate
haterade.
on him for it too, because, you know.
You're chugging the haterade, and that haterade has red dye 40 in it.
Mm.
And
Lovely,
yellow
lovely
7,
red dye
the
40.
best chemical. I love
You
yellow
needed
7.
too
It's
much
such a
baloney.
good chemical. Oh, I
Yes.
want to ingest so much of it before I die.
I can arrange that.
Oh, nice.
You
And,
can get an entire vat of red dye 40.
no, I don't want red dye 40. I want yellow 7.
Fine.
I just
yellow
want
7,
good
whatever.
cocaine. I want clean cocaine, dude.
Oh,
Can we
for
remove the
God's sake.
fentanyl from my cocaine? That's all I ask. You know,
No,
can I get
it's-
no?
It's
Do I
okay.
have to
It's
be
okay,
subjected to
Marcus.
fentanyl in all of my cocaine? Is
Yeah.
that what you're saying?
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
an
unfortunately.
absolute. Oh my goodness.
Claudia,
Well,
Claudia
you know,
is putting it in there
yeah.
personally for you.
Well, I gotta say, if I could just get RFK Jr. to make the cocaine clean again, then I think we are on the step
No,
forward
I'll
to a
tell you what.
1980s America.
I tell you what,
Yeah,
I
just-
trust
just
that
say
man
you-
knows
you-
his drugs.
you're saying So you're saying you want a regulated drug market, is what I'm hearing.
No, I just want to stop the fentanyl that's entering our border.
Fentanyl.
Fentanyl.
No, everybody says fentanyl.
I
and
want-
it drives
I
me
want
nuts.
Fenty. I want to ban Fenty, and I'm talking about
The
Rihanna
brand?
and her makeup brand. And I just think we need to stop it. Like all of it just needs to be stopped.
I
Who do we have to tariff for that, Daniel?
Do we need to tariff Fenty? Agreed.
Yeah.
We have to end the Barbados makeup lines. There's only American makeup lines allowed in this country.
Oh my goodness.
I
Oh.
think we should find a way to colonize and then tariff Mars.
Well, first,
We're
we
gonna
will
need a couple
colonize.
hundred years for their
Probably not in
economy
my
to develop.
lifetime. Yeah.
Well, we need to tariff them immediately. We need to get on that shit.
Did
You
you
know
say
what? You know
tariff
what's fun?
them?
You know what's tariff Mars. here's
I
the thing.
love it.
Have fun.
Because Mars is going through a bit of a phase right now, a bit of a transitional
is going
phase.
It is. We need to tariff Mars.
Mars is currently identifying as female.
Mars is going through a crescent phase, and we need it to get a little bit fuller before we start our colonization.
There you go.
Well, we need to get on that. We need to establish life on Mars. We need to get colonies up there. We need to build the economy, and then we need to tariff it. And then this
Should be
country
about,
will truly be great.
I think
Not-
we should get
not
there in
only-
about 200-300 years. Oh, terraforming? That's gonna take even longer.
We gotta tariff them. That way we won't just be strengthening the American economy. We will strengthen the Earth economy.
Because like
Earth
the amount
needs
of
to
energy it takes to terraform a planet is like way beyond anything we're even remotely close to
We'll
having
get that back from the tariffs.
All right.
It'll be an energy tariff. They'll have to pay us
Well,
energy every
hold
time
on.
they
I mean,
blink or something.
We might. How close do you think we are from terraforming a planet? I mean, technology and science increases exponentially. What do you think would be the appropriate time frame before we go ahead
we're
and
gonna need to be at
create
least
a multiplanetary species?
we'd probably need to be like a type 1.5 civilization.
Well,
We're
then we
currently
better
not
start
even a type
tariffing
1
everyone until we get
civilization,
there.
so it's
So
gonna
first-
be
How do
a
you get
goal.
that extra 0.5, bro? I mean, that just sounds like.
Well, we're not a
50%
type. We're
increase.
like a 0.7 right now, probably, or 0.8.
So our first issue, right, is we need to create an atmosphere. Mars does not have one.
Then we need
Yeah.
a magnetic field
yes,
to
what
protect
we
that
need to do.
atmosphere.
I already like this. If we discover that Mars has oil, and that terrorists need to be removed,
Mars
then
has
we
no
will make
oil.
Mars. Yeah, because you've been there. Because you've
No.
drilled, right?
Because
No, 'cause
oil
there's
comes
no
from living
fucking
things
life.
that died.
Yeah, well,
Okay, so we gotta.
that's assuming there wasn't living things millions of years ago,
Okay,
huh?
well,
And
listen,
you're
guys.
gonna go ahead and
That's
tell me the
easy.
history of Mars now.
We just gotta send some things up there to die.
We discovered the Earth wasn't flat like what 500 years ago, and you're gonna go ahead and tell me what the history of Mars is now? Okay.
We knew the Earth
No,
wasn't
we
flat for
never
a
thought the Earth was
long time.
Before it
We
became
never
public
thought the
consensus.
Earth-
Definitely more than 500 years. Way more than 500 years.
Before it became public consensus.
It was public consensus in a lot of places before it was in Europe.
Yeah. Anyway,
And even in Europe, it kind of was. That's kind of a myth.
but we just gotta send some stuff up there to die.
They just thought
So
it was
they turn-
smaller than it was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But anyway, we'll figure something out. I just think that should be the end goal right now. If we're gonna tariff Mars,
Okay. How about Tariff Musk?
For what? Tesla? Don't they already?
No, just tariff him
Just
personally.
him.
Don't
as
they
an
already?
So-
individual.
Don't countries
wait,
do that
how
to
would that
Musk
work? So
already?
anytime I like, oh, so anyone who buys a Tesla product or pays for anything with Twitter, with X or anything like that, just has to pay more. Yeah, that's awesome. Let's tariff Elon Musk. I
I'm
love that
almost
idea.
certain there's multiple countries that do that.
Maybe on Tesla,
Yeah, that's the whole
not
thing.
yet.
What do you-
Not
but they're
yet.
about to.
Yeah, about to. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, why? What are they mad? What are they so mad about? Elon Musk is fine, I guess. No, I don't even know how to say that sarcastically.
It's he's got a little bit too much power for somebody who's
Like
Who's the richest man in the world? Yeah, he's got a little bit too much power for
yeah.
somebody who's the richest man in the world.
He fried
Yeah.
his brain on
It
ketamine.
the two kind of coincide, but yeah, I feel you.
No, traditionally, like the richest men in the world
Yeah.
have not had any strong influence like this in the executive branch or any branch for that matter.
And
They have-
and political
have-
branches,
yeah.
they're usually their influence just comes with
Is
showing up at all the
monetary.
political parties.
Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
And being
but this is
a
kinda
massive
like a-
influence and behind the scenes.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
this
I getcha.
this is a similar problem with like this why we needed to separate church and state and why we haven't done this before is like already the government and billionaires had a lot of power, but now the government and the billionaires and a little bit the church are combining into one thing, and that's not good. I actually hate that.
I feel like the church is like an afterthought to the government and the billionaires.
I know it is an afterthought, but still, it's gonna be that's there.
Mm.
That is there. Like
Yeah.
it's not the biggest part.
Yeah, I don't know. It's not good.
Yeah, I'm waiting for the mosque to join
But
the
don't-
government.
But don't worry. Next year, in a couple of years, we'll have the midterms, and that'll
Yeah,
help.
I hope so. I mean, it does look like, based on this last election, that outside of voting Trump, there's not that Republicans don't feel super motivated to go to the polls. So that could work in our favor. And if he keeps doing this tariff stuff, this kind of rhetoric, I don't think it's resonating very well. So I don't think that would work for him.
Yeah. I mean, do you think he's gonna calm down about Greenland yet? Because there's no way
No.
we're actually gonna do anything about Greenland.
He's not. I don't
Yeah,
think. I
he's
mean,
right.
I think he's fake serious about that. I think he's playing serious, but like nobody really thinks he's going to be able to do that. I can't imagine he actually thinks he's going to be able to do that.
I mean, but like, what is he talking like? And then Panama. What's happening with Panama?
Dude, he's nailing it with Panama. President of Panama already canceled the contract with China because China really runs the Panama Canal. And so that's
Okay.
already a thing. And there's renegotiations with the U.S. now having control of the Panama Canal.
I mean, yeah,
Okay,
Already
cool.
an ongoing thing.
that'll be cool if that works out. Yeah, but
Yeah,
like
no,
owning
out.
it, I mean, owning it is not going to happen. But we're
Owning
gonna
it's
have,
not what he.
Yeah.
He speaks in fucking such like I don't know, just well, I don't know, blank language. But at the end of the day, like when you look at something that the U.S. built, gave to Panama, and then they created all these contracts where China gets to run it. He looks at it like, nah, dude, China doesn't get to run that anymore. This is ridiculous.
Yeah,
And
I think I
so they
saw
canceled the
that
contract.
deal, and I was like, okay, I need to look at all the I need to really like dive into it though because I only have like a, all I
Dude,
saw
you know
was
what?
like
I saw a
headline
meme the
about
other
it.
day. I saw a meme the other day where it was said like Trump doing so much that Democrats can't even keep up with being mad. Like it just changes every day. It's something new every day.
I
Dude,
don't
it
know
makes it
about
hard to
can't
study how
keep
much
up
shit
with
he's
being
looking at.
mad. Like I'm fine being mad at some things, the things that don't make me
No,
as mad. Like
it's
I'm
the
picking
same
and
concept.
choosing, right? Because there's
But
certain
hear me
things
out. It's a,
that are easy for me to be mad at, and
I
I
think
can
it's the same
grasp it.
concept I heard about Bill Burr when he described making Trump jokes. He goes, "You gotta understand, as a comedian, it's actually incredibly hard to make Trump jokes, not because you can't make them, but because the relevancy dies within a week. Like
Yeah.
it's so hard to constantly keep up with the Trump news that it's just like you can make a Trump joke, but then it's like after you finally crafted a good joke, 2 weeks have gone by and it already feels like old news."
Mm. Yeah.
And that's I think what that means.
But I'm picking and choosing what to go with, right? Like
Yeah.
things that I look into that I feel like I have a really solid argument against, I'm usually going to go with. If I haven't had the time to formulate a solid argument against something, I'm usually not going to bring that up because I don't want to look like a jackass. And
Hey,
yeah.
I know you all are more of a political chat, but did anybody watch the Grammys last night? Did anyone like the Grammys? I
My dad
really
was
enjoyed it.
there.
The Grammys are great. Oh, your dad was there.
He
That's
was
very
there.
cool.
Yep.
What was
He
he
got
doing?
high fives from Billie Eilish, Taylor Swift, and Chaperone.
What?
Yep.
No way.
He was
What?
a seat filler.
Why? He was just a seat filler.
He was just a seat filler. And he
How
got
do
in
you
the
even
front
get
row
that?
of the seat
How do you
filling.
even get that? Because I was watching with my girl
Bro,
and I was just like,
seatfillers.com,
wow,
dog.
this looks fun.
Seatfillers.com, dog.
Man, that's cool. Your dad just, wanted
Yeah.
to see. He chose the right Grammy Awards to go to. Like, it was
Yeah,
a very
apparently.
good show. It was a very popular one. They're like, oh, this is one of the best Grammys in
Yeah.
years. Like,
I guess
maybe
everybody
fucking of the decade.
So I don't like stay in touch with modern music nowadays, right? But
Yeah, I do.
apparently
I'm constantly in touch with pop culture. I was
everybody
almost more
is
so than
like
politics, really.
okay. Everybody's talking about how like it's stupid that Beyonce won, and can you explain that to me? I don't know. I just don't
Oh,
know.
well, all right. So here's actually, all right, dude, the person who I think explained it the best was Jelly Roll. You understand? Jelly Roll is a very beloved individual, and he is very respectful of Beyonce. But the way he described it is because Beyonce created a country album that many people across this country don't feel it was much of a country album. But that's fine. There's been pop country albums before. But the other issue that exists, and there was like a snub for the Country Music Awards. People were upset that Beyonce was snubbed for the Country Music Awards. And he described it as in the such of many people or many artists that even dive into country after they've been other genres. Take Post Malone, for example. They kind of put in the proper work. Like they go to Nashville, Tennessee. They work where the Country Music Hall of Fame is, where they hold the Country Music Awards. There's like a whole culture there. It's kind of like if a white person who gave zero regard of black culture just made a hit black album. Or not black, a rap album.
Hip-hop,
Like just
yeah.
a hit rap album. Yeah, hip hop album, whatever. But it just kind of had like a little bit of a detached, like, yeah, I mean, and don't get me wrong, like, I get it. Everybody is trying to point out the fact that Beyonce is a Texan, and she is a Texan. You can't take that from her. But she's also grew up like, a pop star. She grew up Destiny's Child. Before that, she was
Right.
Girls' Time.
I remember
And
Destiny's
it's like
Child.
she was still more of a pop star than she almost was a Texan, but she's still a Texan. So if she wants to make a country music album, that's great. But it was the fact that she didn't like dive into the country music world and then she created this album, and then it was given all this, you know, praise from Beyonce fans more so than country fans, and then it's given the best country album. You know what I mean? So there's just a
Yeah.
controversy around it. But then you take someone like Post Malone, he made a country album, and the reason why people like it and people were very supportive of it is because he spent a ton of time. He wrote the entire album, recorded the entire album in Nashville, was with an entire community, was talking to all different types of country artists in the process of making that album, featured tons of different people like Dolly Parton to Keith Urban, you know, like so many individuals. So it's like it paid the homage that was needed in order to create a country album.
Okay.
Beyonce skipped that part.
Did you?
So I mean,
did you listen to the album?
I do. I do listen to all of it.
What did you?
I listened to pretty much every album that was out on the. I've listened to all of Sabrina Carpenter. I listened to Chapel Roan. I always give an album a one-time listen through. The thing is, I gave it a one-time listen through. I like the Texas Hold'em song. Like, you know, I listened to the song, but I mean, as the album as a whole, lacking. I think Beyonce's best album is Lemonade. That was like her most actual, passionate, heartfelt album. It was all about the breakup or the cheating from Jay-Z. And it's just a really good musical album. Is it like a good country album? Nah, not really. Like, just not really. Is it album of the year? Nah, not really.
Okay.
Like, I don't know. It just isn't. Like, I don't know what to tell you.
I don't know. I don't know. I ain't heard a single song off of it, so I have no idea.
Yeah. Texas Hold'em. You never heard that one radio hit song by Beyonce? I mean, it's
dude,
good.
like
It's a fun song.
the newest music I listen to is like from the mid 2000s.
Yeah. I mean, anyone else in here listen to Go ahead.
So I'm reading a little bit about the Chinese companies operating.
All right, we can go back to politics.
So, fun fact. There are essentially 3 Chinese entities that have contracts with the Panamanian Canal Authority, right? One that's operating the canal itself. They've operated the canal since 1990. They had an extension that was granted, a 25-year extension that was granted in 2001. And then there are 2 Chinese state firms that are building a bridge. That's about it.
Well,
it's not
you
like
do that without China's help. You know, put American contractors back on that.
They probably do it for cheaper, though.
So?
Yeah, like that's they're operating.
Well,
also,
like our interest is to do it Americans, but like Panama is probably interested.
Might be in Panama's best interest too. Never know what kind of relationships you create. You know.
Well, we'll see what happens.
Thinking about business.
Also, the company that has like the contract to operate the canal is technically yes Chinese, but it's Hong Kong. It's a Hong Kong-based company.
Oh, that was different up until a few years ago.
It's still pretty different.
I thought like CCP is really cracking down on Hong Kong's differentness.
Sure, but it's still different. Like, so the business culture in Hong Kong vis-a-vis mainland China is substantially different. It still follows a bunch of Western practices that mainland Chinese companies do not. So, for example, HSBC, right? That's a Hong Kong-based bank.
Oh, true. But nobody really sees it that way.
It doesn't matter how they see it.
No. I'm agreeing with you. Like, nobody really sees it that way because of they operate differently.
Yeah, no, but like the ownership structure, everything is still their main tax point is Hong Kong.
Mm-hmm.
That's where all the money eventually ends up.
Does HSBC have to report to the CCP?
They have to, bro. If they're a Chinese
Well,
corporation,
if it's
they
Hong Kong,
absolutely
though,
have
I
to.
don't know. Still, that
No,
might
they
be
have to.
important for us to look up.
They're
have
not.
to.
They're generally not required to. Also, they have a separation.
I just don't even believe that, though.
So they have a separation between their banking sectors, right? So, for example, if we're looking at the banks in the North American or say European markets, their reporting requirements are not like from regulation that exists both in the US and in the European Union. They're not allowed to transfer information from those entities to another entity.
Okay. Interesting.
So what they're allowed to do is transfer like their profits, right,
Mm-hmm.
back to Hong Kong, but not like data.
Okay. And I would guess the CCP might want to change that, but probably is deciding against it.
They can't, right? Because
they can't.
they need to abide by laws for those specific legal entities in the EU and the US, right? So otherwise they're shut down.
Okay.
Yeah. Like if you're not abiding by banking laws in either the US or the European Union, your quote unquote bank is being shuttered.
Das ist gut. Well, that's good.
Oh, I got a match. Nice.
All right, I'm gonna go back to Grammys real quick.
Yeah. Go for it.
And my favorite part, and some people like it, some people hate it, dude. Kendrick swept. I was rooting for Kendrick, man. He swept the Grammys, 5 out of 5. I think he's the first rap song in history to ever do it. He's the first rapper to ever win Record of the Year, some shit like that. He's the first rapper to ever do just an absolute sweep the way he did it. I mean, just an all-around win, like, a crazy win for Kendrick Lamar. It was great.
Cool. Drake's probably like
Drake's in Australia, I believe. Drake decided to tour in Australia for the week of the Grammys and the Super Bowl.
it makes sense.
Just when
Being
he-
cold isn't a problem as long as it's cooked, right?
Huh?
Wait, what?
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 What? We missed that. What'd you say?
What'd you say, Diana?
It'll be fine.
Oh,
All right. Drake being something, I just, that's all I heard. Drake isn't the problem, but I miss. But yeah, dude, fucking A, bro. When Kendrick got that first, so he did 3 awards off Grammys, and there's the Grammy show. There's like all the pre-Grammy awards, then there's the Grammy show itself. And so everybody gets these awards. They do a little sideshow. Then when the Grammy Awards happens, Kendrick was up. He already won 3 at that point. DJ Mustard accepted on behalf of Kendrick all 3 of those awards. Then he was nominated for 2 more: Record of the Year and Song of the Year. And when he went up on the first one, it's crazy to listen to an entire stadium, or not stadium, or arena full, theater full of like so many like A-list celebrities as he's going up there. They're all singing along to the song. He's like trying to strike a chord, and it's probably A minor. It's like thousands of people are just singing A minor.
Oh my god!
As he name drops Drake right before accepting a Grammy for that song. You're like, holy shit, dude. I don't know, man. Some people, I've been having this conversation with people constantly. Some people think Drake's gonna be fine, and I'm like, I think this is gonna affect him for the rest of his career. I'm gonna be surprised if he has the same level of hits that he used to have, and I think there's gonna be like,
I don't think his
over
career
the
is
years, I
like.
think there's gonna be a decline.
I don't think his career is like entirely over, but it's
Not over.
definitely,
Hell no. He's still
definitely
fucking
gonna
Drake,
decline.
bro.
Yeah.
Like, but there's gonna be a decline. There's gonna be like a noticeable decline. Like the impact he's had over the last 10 years in music, it was like unarguable. He was a king in this industry,
Yeah.
where he's just been absolutely crushing.
Like I
number
don't
one
think
song
he's
after number
going the
one
way
every
of
year.
Jared,
Don't-
but
Don't-
his
Yeah, right.
Yeah, but like he's definitely not going to be where he was before ever again.
No, no, and yeah, it's kind of wild. I mean, there's no reason for him to start all the beef with Kendrick anyway. A lot of people think Kendrick started this shit, but I'll tell everybody the timeline for this shit. But I'm telling you, he started all of it for no reason. It was like it started with a fun, friendly little lyrical battle, and it escalated and escalated and escalated, and then he brought beef back up, and he didn't have to do all that, and then it just ended up as this.
Why did you decide
Like,
to be such a fuck?
Dude, he subliminally disses everybody. Like, if you listen to his music or listen to the breakdowns of music, he's constantly dissing everybody. He's fucking all of his friends' girlfriends. It's a weird thing. It's a weird thing Drake does. He has like an infamy streak for screwing Metro Boomin's girl, Future's girl, trying to holler at Kendrick's girl in the DM. He was DMing her as like shade. But you know what I mean? Like, that's his whole MO. Like, that's the kind of person he presents himself as.
Disrespectful.
Oh, fuck your girlfriend.
Yes,
It's exactly what it is. It's disrespectful.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, dude.
It's not how a gentleman acts.
Kind of got hit with a little dose of karma.
I don't know. That sort of depends on the person. Like what certain politicians of a specific complexion tries to do all the time.
Talking about a nice tangerine complexion.
Oh my gosh. Oh, dude. That's funny.
Nah, but it was cool, man. It was entertaining. Grammys. It was usually it's very boring. Award shows are genuinely boring.
And I feel like in
all accounts,
particular the
usually
Grammys is like
it's always the exciting one, but sometimes even that
no,
falls flat.
dude. I've thought the Grammys has been the worst one for a long time.
It has for a few years, but usually the Grammys is always the more exciting one because they have the best music performances. It's like all the best artists that dropped that year perform their songs, so it's like a concert.
Even
And
from
then
my
all other
perspective,
award
like
shows are super boring.
modern like popular genres of music aren't really ones that I listen to. So from my perspective, not so great. But I guess if you're into it, yeah, that makes sense.
It's not even the music. I do like the performances. Like, you know, you have all these new artists, Chappell Roan, Sabrina Carpenter. They had very, very like, oh, and Shakira did this crazy belly dance, bro. She looked insane. She was doing a belly dance as the intro of her song.
Dances, doesn't she?
Bro, she's a pro at it, dude. She's like, yeah. She's got some years of practice because it was a while. But it was like the performances, dude. The stage design, the way, you know, the dancing, the choreography, the performance itself. Yeah, no, I like all of that. I've always.
Do you know what my favorite thing about Shakira is?
Involved and stuff like that. What's up?
My favorite thing about Shakira is that she was with Gerard Piqué for a really long time.
Okay, who's that?
He was a defender for Barcelona during like Messi's craziest years.
Soccer. I don't know soccer. Makes sense.
Yeah, big guy, like an incredible defender, one of the best defenders in the world in his heyday, and he like was really good for a really long time.
That's nice.
Yeah, Gerard Piqué, very tall,
I know.
a tall guy.
Hmm.
They have a couple kids together, at least two. I don't know how many exactly.
And you slept with him, you homewrecker.
What? I did no such thing.
Uh-huh.
Believe me, I wish, but I did no such thing.
I see.
Hey, Jordan, will you ever be a homewrecker?
Nah.
What if you really love the girl and you decided that, like, oh my god, this girl I love more than
in I guess the most like extreme circumstances, maybe, but I like to do my shit ethically.
That's good. That's good.
Yeah.
But do it.
Yeah.
What are you playing? Are you playing No Man's Sky?
That doesn't stop you from being a homewrecker. Not everyone not everyone you'll meet will be ethical. They won't be upfront with their relationship statuses.
Well,
so
if I don't
whatnot.
know, then I don't know. That's not.
If you don't know,
there's
you're
nothing
not
I can
technically
do
a home
about
wrecker.
that. Yeah.
It's
Yeah,
the,
but
it's the
they're the
knowledge
home wrecker in
beforehand.
that
No.
case.
To me, a
You will
home
still
wrecker
be.
is like, you know, this person's in a relationship, you may work with this individual, and then you still take like action towards
Yeah.
pursuing that person, it's sexually in a relationship, whatever. You're a home wrecker, you know,
Sure,
instead of
sure.
realizing, oh, that person's in a relationship, I'm gonna back off.
Yeah.
Sure, but then you have the perception of who is a home wrecker, right?
Well, yeah, that's true. I mean, whether like, let's say I date a girl and fucking she cheats on me with some dude, or vice versa, I guess. I cheat on someone or my girl.
You cheat on her
And
with some dude, yes? Okay.
yeah, but if the other person isn't aware of what's going on in my relationship, then that person's not a home wrecker, you know?
Yeah.
Sure.
I
They're
think
just unaware.
knowledge is key in this.
Knowledge is key.
Yeah.
Oh shit. Yeah, I mean,
It
what
was
else
nice
is going
talking to
on?
all of you, but I'm gonna go. I gotta go to bed.
Yeah, you know.
I got
All
a
right.
bunch of stuff
See
I
you,
gotta do.
Diana.
I
Talk
got
to
a
you.
whole
Good night.
new chapter in the car thing going on.
All right. Well, tell me about it next time.
I still got more work to do on that.
Well, good
So I gotta
luck.
get up.
Good
Bye.
luck. See ya.
All right, good night. Dude, I'll tell you right now, if it's a Chevy Cruze, Diana needs to sell that shit ASAP because you'll never fix it. You'll never fix it, bro. It's the worst fucking car I've ever owned in my entire life.
She got in a crash today, so
Ah,
not a
Ah,
bad
that's
one.
shitty.
She's okay.
was she texting and driving?
I don't know.
I love how you went straight for it. It's probably her fault.
Well, Steele is very, very gay. He doesn't trust women.
Reasonably so. I'm straight and I don't trust women, so it's nice to know that we have something in common.
Wait, majority of people crash due to their own fault.
And that's true, but not necessarily, dude. I had some fucking Russian immigrant hit my fucking car and he had no insurance, and now my car is fucked up because my deductible's too high. But
Sure. Like, that can also happen, but like...
Wow,
often?
blaming immigrants, Daniel. Unbelievable.
it's not blaming immigrants, motherfucker. It's you hit me, dude. And trust me, bro.
Particular Russian.
Specifically a Russian immigrant as well. Yes.
Uh,
And it was crazy, dude. It was crazy because I went through the whole problem with the insurance thing. It was like they contacted the person. They had to get a translator. They're like, yeah, a Russian translator.
wow.
And now you have to pay for the translator, I see.
No, but essentially I have to pay for this fucked up car that is all messed up on the left side, on the
That
driver's
does
side.
suck.
It's all dented in. It is so shitty.
Well,
Thus.
that's unfortunate.
Yeah. What's new with you, man? Anything new with you guys? What's life? Who was I arguing with again on Jordan? I was Hateful, Easy, and Leo. Those are the three I always argue with, right?
Yeah.
Who else is added to that group?
Thanos.
Is it just
but
those three?
You and Thanos.
Oh, Thanos.
usually-
No, I like Thanos. I
Yeah,
like
you guys
Thanos.
usually engage. He's usually pretty respectful.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. I've just taken a break from that chat for a while. I'm like, it's too stressful for
Oh, you
me, bro.
said- oh,
Because
yeah,
all of
yeah,
you
yeah.
guys are
I
my
said I
fucking
was gonna-
friends, and I don't like watching that shit. You know, it makes me upset. So I'm just like, I'm gonna stick my head in the sand for a while.
Do you ever go into the political Discord?
Nah, he doesn't engage in the chats.
But do you ever read it?
No, why would I read that bullshit?
Then I probably will hop off too, because it is crazy.
Look, yeah,
It is.
I'm not
That
a
is just
fan
pure
of
hatred.
text- I'm not a fan of text chat. Period,
Yeah,
right?
it's just
So,
not
yeah.
conducive for good argumentation.
Great point.
So I'm taking at least a break. I look in from time to time. Like if someone tags me in something, I'll go in and read it, and I'll like respond to them in a DM. But for like right now, I'm not like jumping into the arguments in there because like. Plus, I'm also like I'm the creator of the server. I feel like I have to start taking like more of a not being super one-sided or something in the public chats at this point, at least to an extent.
I have a recommendation for you to apply. You should have the server wipe itself every 12 hours. Thank you.
Oh no, don't do that. I don't know if I like that.
Do you think it's gotten that bad?
No, I just like it. Much cleaner. that way.
It is cleaner. I can definitely agree with that. I don't know if I like that.
Hmm.
I don't know if you'll.
Well,
I mean, usually it's not a democracy. It's been well stated by your own mods. But so if you chose to do that,
I know. Well,
I was about to say if you take a vote to it, I don't think people will agree with that either.
I've
then
definitely
again, it's
thought
not a
about,
democracy.
but also like my understanding is like that's usually an action people take when shit gets like really, really bad in there. Like Hassan Piker wipes his server pretty frequently.
Yeah, but he's a terrorist essentially.
Yeah, basically.
But I'm just saying,
It makes
Hey,
sense he
a
wipes
lot.
his server.
it makes sense to wipe it. It looks cleaner, and there's not a lot of weird ass political discussions about weird ass subjects.
Yeah.
Like,
I don't know
what
about
the fuck-
every 12 hours, but if I do it, I'll probably do it like once every couple days, maybe once a week.
I know, like I mentioned in this bullshit. So what is this? Let's see. I'm gonna go click the general politics one. There's
Oh,
something
boy.
about Trump here. What else? U.S. illegal Canadian drugs. Whatever.
I was also talking about maybe starting to consolidate some of the chats because there's a
Please.
lot of them, and we don't use a lot of them.
Yeah, I don't like it.
Call your foreign flag. So
Yeah, post a fucked up meme. Not even a meme, it's just an actual picture. I'm sure that people will. Who knows where that was? Fucking LA. I doubt it's LA. LA got fucking absolutely reckless. And dude, I'm gonna be honest, man. I'm not a big fan of that. Here's the thing, dude. You got fucking people. I mean, like, where's your stance on this? Like, it's one thing to be anti-immigration, or my bad, deportation. Like, let's say you have a Mexican family that's like, we love America, we represent America, we love this country, and then they get deported even though fucking they done nothing wrong. I'm like, yeah, dude, that's awful. That's a terrible story. But in most situations, you feel like you're looking at individuals who are burning the American flag, going, fuck America, fuck ICE. They're waving Mexican flags and like, how dare you send us back to this country of the flag we wave? You know what I mean? Like, what is the logic in that, dude? I just don't get it.
I guess like I can see. Yeah, I feel like that's a dumb thing to do if you're an illegal immigrant. You probably want to stay.
Or not
more
even an
under the
illegal
radar.
immigrant. Like, what?
Well, hang on. Let
Even
me
if you're
finish.
natural born. Go ahead, my bad.
Well, if you're a natural born citizen, we may not like it. We may have our opinions on it, but First Amendment, that's your right.
don't worry, they're being deported as well.
I have not heard of
Yeah,
any of them being deported as far as I know.
That's
I've
propaganda.
heard of some of them being arrested and then let go, like incorrectly detained by ICE.
Yeah, but I've been
but-
incorrectly detained because people thought I had marijuana and I didn't. So, I mean, that's just part of fucking life.
You're right, Daniel.
Part
That
of
is
life.
that's exactly the same thing. Good.
Thank you, dude, because I was just at the party. I wasn't fucking carrying any weed on me, but I still was in handcuffs and then let go. So,
I think, yeah, if you're like an illegal immigrant and you're going out burning the flag and like that's probably pretty fucking dumb, and you're just drawing attention to yourself.
Well, to be
Yeah,
fair,
and he deserved to be
they
deported. It was
are
an insane thing to
they
do.
are abiding by American law in that
No,
manner.
that's true.
No, you're absolutely wrong. No.
Hang on,
No.
let me
This is
finish.
where I have
Let me finish. They
Okay.
are abiding by American law. Of course, they are illegal immigrants, and that law they didn't abide by. But you don't. It's probably just dumb as an illegal immigrant right now in this country to be drawing a bunch of attention to yourself. That's just not a real
No
smart
shit.
thing to
Yes,
do.
it's dumb to draw attention to yourselves, but they're not technically They're not actually breaking the law, right? So
No,
burning
that
the
is-
flag has been deemed by the Supreme Court on many
Legal,
occasions to
yes.
be legal.
Or
I am
US
not
citizens.
suggesting that is.
In what way will we support illegal immigrants or foreigners of any
So
kind
you're-
to come
so-
to our
wait,
country
hang
just
on.
to burn the flag?
So you're saying that illegal immigrants are under the jurisdiction of the law of the country they came from?
I would say that the privileges that U.S.-born citizens have are more than those who visit our country.
But that's not how that.
You have to
That's not how that
conduct
works.
it yourself.
Supreme Court disagrees.
That's not how that works. So if you there has to be a decision of jurisdiction, right? And so
All right.
we're either saying they're under the jurisdiction of our laws or they're under the jurisdiction of the laws of the country they came from. It has to be one or the other. Otherwise, it's no laws, and then the entire argument of illegal immigration is invalid.
Well, hold on, because what specific laws are you talking about? Just like constitutional laws?
If they,
Yes,
yes, it would be jurisdiction of all laws of the country and
Land.
state or whatever that they are in. Yeah.
yeah, so
So-
all laws of the land, right? So, for example, say
Yeah.
if American law did not apply to me when I go as a tourist to the U.S. and I break some trivial law in the U.S., which is not a law in Sweden, I can be charged in the U.S. breaking a law. But according to your idea, right? Which law should we? I'm not currently breaking a law because I'm not subject to American law. According to you.
The only situation where that is the case is if you are a diplomat.
Yeah, well, I'm not.
Right. So like when
Yeah.
I was living overseas, like with my mom and my dad, we had a diplomatic passport, which meant that technically we are subject to American law. That's what diplomatic immunity is. But even then, like if we were like breaking the law there or something, like if we were being
you would be
blatant
deemed
about it,
persona non grata.
yeah, and if it was like a reasonable law not to break, right, as viewed by our country, they may, make sure that we're not like prosecuted in the foreign country, but they ain't gonna be fucking happy about it. And sometimes they might prosecute us in the United States regardless. In some extreme cases, they might like revoke diplomatic immunity and allow the country to jail and prosecute.
That has not happened to a diplomat for quite
That
some
has
time.
not happened, but if it's like a super extreme case, it's not out of the question. But it's
Yeah,
super
it's not
unlikely.
happened for quite some time. Like, I think the last time that happened was in the 1800s.
Yeah, it doesn't, again, have to be super egregious. That's also because diplomats aren't usually out there fucking, murdering tons
Yeah,
of
but
people.
they're kids, man.
Listen. Actually,
Yeah, I'm listening.
I'm not going to say another fucking word.
Wow, dude. Don't tell me to listen, you son of a bitch. Yeah. No, dude, I low-key is probably a not very pro-America thing. I believe if you visit our country, you should almost have like condoning yourself law that applies to foreigners of other nations. I mean, there should be like a hey, you need to conduct yourself appropriately or get the fuck out. Like I don't believe I should ever be allowed to go to England. I'm cooking. I don't ever believe I should go to England and just start burning the English flag and spend my days touring in England, burning their fucking flag, and then not be deported. I think that's an insanity.
I think there is a key difference between like what's frowned upon and what's legal for very good reason. Again, if you're an illegal immigrant and you're doing stuff like that, that's going to draw attention to yourself, and you're much more likely to get deported anyway. So you could kind of view it,
dude. Even if
from
you're a
that
tourist,
perspective.
dude. How about that part? What if you're just a tourist? You're just on.
We can't be, bro. We cannot be arresting and deporting tourists.
What if they're coming to our country? Hold the fuck up.
No,
They're coming to
like
our country,
I
burning flags and
agree.
fucking
I agree.
stealing
That's bad form, but like that's the kind of shit that's going to start an international incident. Like we can't just be doing that. Like I agree, it's fucked, and I don't want them to do that in our country. I agree with you, but like we can't just be fucking.
The Union Jack is toilet paper. The Union Jack is toilet paper. I don't give a fuck about the British flag.
I know. You,
bro.
I know
I say,
how you feel about patriotism, but I actually am a patriot.
What's my dude? I want to fucking go to Australia in the center of Melbourne. I want to in a privatized bathroom shit on the Australian flag.
Oh fuck yeah!
Set it up.
Josh will like
right
that.
In the center of Melbourne.
Josh will ask if he can join you. Josh will slide down right next to you.
I would shake your hand. I would shake your hand. As long as you wash your hand. As long as you wash your hand afterwards, I'll shake it.
Absolutely, I'm not washing my hands, dude.
Oh my god.
And then I'll ask people to smell my flag. And then I'll ask people to smell the ground of Australia and try to tell me what the difference is.
That's pretty funny, actually.
That's, all right.
That's a serious question, though. So,
Go ahead, serious question.
So it's disrespectful. So, tourists who do that, you reckon that maybe it's okay that you deport them if they're fucking around like burning flags or shitting on flags or something. But
yeah.
Why? I'm curious why.
I don't know. There was probably a point in me that was more liberal. I'm like, whatever, people do what they do. But now it's reached a point where I'm like, the disrespect and chaos has gotten too high. Like the lawlessness got too high. When you live in my city, specifically Venice, when you live in my city and people allow a looseless, like criminal society, all I watched was a bridge get filled with homeless people. I watched my 7-Eleven that I walked to. I talked to that guy at the counter and just asked him questions. He gets robbed fucking weekly, dude. He gets robbed weekly. And then I watched just kind of like chaos. No, but not by tourists, by all types of individuals. Homeless people.
Africans.
I mean, that's true too. Not Africans, but Americans. Black Americans. Yeah, that's fucking true too.
Yeah, like most of the people who are doing the robbing are citizens, right?
Right. But hear me out. There is a culture of how society should act. There's like a way to conduct yourself, and I believe when you allow some lawlessness over here, the lawlessness spreads like a disease.
So I think there is some rationale to what you're saying there, right? Like, I agree, like, the way people see things in culture, the way people act, what they think is generally acceptable or blah, 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 can have a profound impact on the rest of culture.
Yeah.
But I don't know if we're always focusing it on
I've seen it grow firsthand, and I've seen new individuals take positions of power, including our Venice mayor, who was on a recall, who said, I gotta stay there cleaning up the city because they're gonna get rid of me. And he did it. He started cleaning up the city. Now we have a Republican DA who's like, I'm gonna clean up Los Angeles because the Los Angelinos got sick and tired of the shit that was happening in the city. It's gotten ridiculous.
Like here's one thing that I hear that confuses me a little bit, right? is that you
Okay.
talk about this, and like I understand what you're saying, and I understand what you're coming from. I would agree to like a certain extent, probably not as strongly as you do, but definitely to a certain
Okay.
extent. But I wonder, like, I feel like some of the anger is like, or some of the solutions might sometimes be pointed at the wrong place. Is kind of where I see it, right?
Well, what's that mean? What's the wrong place mean?
Well, like I said, I think, when we look at crime stats, for example, we talk about illegal immigrants, right? You and I have gone through this a lot. And so my thought is that we need to be less focusing on people who, for the most part, are trying to keep their heads down and not
Yeah, I'm
fuck around.
pro
Hang on. Let me finish.
immigration.
Who, for the most part, illegal immigrants are trying to keep their head down and not get noticed, right? And obviously the violent ones, kick them the fuck out, right? Like we don't want criminals who are illegal immigrants. We don't want criminals, period. But I feel like we need to do a lot more work on elevating our actual citizens and making sure that they're well taken care of, right? You and I both agree on universal health care. That's a big thing we should be focusing on. We need to make sure that people are getting paid well enough to be able to afford things so they don't have to go and rob, right? Like these are the things
You're
that we
already
really need
being
to be...
paid more than anyone else on Earth. You should
We
not
need to
be paid
teach
more.
people how to spend their money better. That's another thing. So there's like all of these things I feel like culturally that we need to be doing and working on. But we're getting like pushed in a certain direction. It's like, oh, if we deport all these illegal immigrants, that's going to make everything better. But I think we're going to find that.
All right, I
It
think
won't.
you're using too much of a blanket term. I think you think that people only use immigration as the only solution. I think it's just part of a solution. No, dude, we shouldn't allow a mass overwhelm of our system because the other thing that I've listened to other like Mexican families who have family members, they're like first gen, second gen immigrated families. Dude, they talk about what's going on with the Venezuelan issues. Venezuelans aren't actually trying to work, bro, and it's not even like a rumor. There's a ton of Venezuelans that are getting so many government program assisted funds that they're not taking certain jobs, and then they're filling up apartment complexes, increasing rent prices. That's making it hard for other people to get. Like it's a fucked up system that's going on.
I don't
right
know.
Now. It's a
I
real
don't know
thing
if
to look into a little
illegal
more.
Venezuelan immigrants are causing like a huge part of the housing.
As
crisis.
far as rent goes, housing prices, no, there's a bigger issue with housing prices, but it's all relative. It's all like to have. There's dude, like take the hotel situation in New York. That's a real thing. We ended up filling hotels up entirely with immigrants, and what they ended up doing.
I believe
was,
I have read that was exaggerated, but we can take a look at that sometime as well.
Okay, we can take a look at it.
Yeah.
From what I know is I had people who were in New York tell me like, yeah, dude, you can go in there, you cannot get a hotel room, the entire hotel, and like the hotels are being paid by the government to house all these immigrants, and the programs that we're giving to these immigrants, they're not making them contributing members of society. Like it's too much incentive. It's almost too much incentive. Like if you come to this country, you still gotta work and earn your position in it. You know.
Yeah, of course. But the idea that like Venezuelans are not working, that I'm going to need to see like a lot of really good supporting evidence for that, because that is, you would agree that that's a pretty big claim, right?
It is a huge claim.
So I would
Reason why
definitely
people
need to
felt,
see.
such a
I'm
need
just a
to
bit
be against it.
skeptical that that's a problem
Skeptic?
that's as widespread as like people are saying it is. I'm not doubting that maybe like if there are some situations where that's the case. I don't know, because like this is the first I'm kind of hearing of
But also,
the problem being that big of an issue. But I would definitely need to
Dude,
see some data. to
take
show
the
that
article.
it's
How about
widespread
this one?
issue.
How about take the article that they tried to share it to me, and then I read the article they sent me, and it said it's just a funny headline just to say this to begin with. It said almost half of the people deported aren't criminals, and then I read the article. It said 52% of the people being deported were violent criminals.
Yes, I saw
Not
that.
like.
So
And then the other 48% were, yeah, we talked about. That's right. I made the
Yes.
joke towards you.
Yeah.
where it had non-violent crimes or no crimes. So essentially, what I'm hearing is like there is probably robbery and DUI and illegal
And
drugs,
no,
like all
and
types
people
of.
with no crimes.
And the people with no crimes more likely are the children of those families being deported to
Yeah.
contribute to those
Okay.
statistics.
So
Let's be honest, dude.
I think we can. I think it's really easy to hand wave away a lot of that with an explanation, but the reality is, it's 1,200 people. There's gonna be a number of people who are
And
non-violent.
700 of them are violent criminals. How insane is that?
I don't have a problem with
that
those
means that
people
also
being
says
deported.
the
I don't
real
have a problem
problem
with
is-
those people being deported. That's not what I'm talking about.
And then the real problem is the collateral damage that exists with that. Well, if we didn't allow such an overwhelm of the system, if there wasn't such a mass immigration issue, if we didn't bring in 700 violent criminals, then maybe those
Oh,
who
hang
came
on.
into this country wanting a
Hang
better
on.
life,
Hang
they
on,
wouldn't
hang
have
on,
getting
hang on.
caught up.
Illegal immigration has been going on for like many decades, right? They didn't all just come in. Some of them have been here for a while. Some of them just came in.
Right.
And
Well, actually, hold up. 10 million under the Biden administration, which is more than like
That's
the
not
last
true.
three presidents
That's not true.
combined.
That's
I mean, it's
not
been
true.
insane.
That's not true. So there's been 10
Not
million
true?
like contacts, but not 10 million actual people who came through the border. And so any contact is like they spot one, they report it. So that's not like saying that we had an influx of 10 million immigrants. So there is a difference there. I think the number is something like 1 million or something. It's way lower than that number.
Hell no, dude.
Considering
Under
there's
the Biden,
only
hell no.
there's only like 15 million illegal immigrants in the
Hell no.
whole country. What you're saying is that 200% came in under Biden?
Have you not seen those videos of our border being rushed?
Bro,
Like,
I'm sorry, bro. But a video of people crossing the border is not the same as a statistic of people crossing the border. Like, that's going to give you a couple hundred people at the most in the video. And that's even an overestimate, right? So, like, that doesn't really tell us how many people there are. So if I look up, right, how many illegal immigrants entered the U.S. under Biden?
over 8 million.
That's where?
The House Budget Committee.
Hang on. Migrant encounters. That's what I'm talking about. That's not the same thing as them coming in. A huge portion of those people get turned away.
All right.
1.7
What about the 20,000
million got
Haitians
away.
over in Springfield? What about, like, that's what ends up really happening. Is then you
Well,
get,
a
like,
lot of those people are being given
situations-
asylum because Haiti is beyond fucked right now.
Right, I'm fully aware of that.
And some
but
of
to
them
do
it's
it to a
temporary,
town,
right? For
to
some of them,
to increase a town's population by a third.
yeah, but
and
some of them
to
are
have it
here
all as-
temporarily because they're waiting for the situation to get better before they go back. Because, like, bro, I don't know if you know how fucked it is to be in Haiti, but like there have been points where like
I read that your dad's script, bro.
What? Oh yeah. Well, that was a long time ago. It's like it never changes. It's always like that. It was like that when I lived there, bro. It was crazy. And so like, but it particularly right now, shit is crazy. With fucking barbecue, the barbecue dude, and all that.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
That's
guy,
that's like the coolest fucking gangster name I've ever heard. What was his
Dude,
name?
some of these Haitian names are wild, bro. I encourage you to go look it up at some point. But if there's any situation where we should be granting asylum to people, that's the kind of situation, bro. Because like that is some of the craziest shit going on in the world right now.
How about just hear me out? How about not fucking overwhelming a single town with
I
involved in the
probably
immigrant
agree with that. Like spreading it out would probably be better,
stuff.
right?
Yeah, it's ridiculous what we did
Yeah,
to
maybe
Springfield,
not, like,
Ohio. All the people
overwhelming one
came out.
place for,
People
like, a
who
number
never
of
went to
reasons.
Congress or city council, my bad. People who never went to city council came out and fucking, in a large part, and that's what created the whole viral sensation of it. Is they're like, yo,
So-
what's going on here?
My guess, and this is just an off the top of the head guess, so take this with a grain of salt, right? But my guess is that they probably were like, well, let's try to keep communities together so they can support each other. But it might, I don't know, maybe it would have been better to spread them out a little bit more, put some communities here, some communities there. I don't know. I'm not an expert in this stuff, but I could see how, like, putting all of the asylum seekers in one sort of small area might not have been the best idea. But again, like, I don't know enough about those dynamics to, like, really, really say.
Yeah, I just feel like that's an easy one.
Well, a lot of things sometimes feel easy, and then it turns out that they're not, right? So,
I
so
feel like
that's
everything
why
about
that's why
administration
that's
is-
why I'm doing that caveat, which is like it seems that way, but like I don't exactly know for sure. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How you doing, Jordan? How's your personal life going?
Good. Pretty good. Chilling.
Any news?
No. Waiting for these incentives to start kicking in so we get some more work around here.
Yeah, I mean, I'll take a few months, maybe longer.
Yeah. But that'll be nice, man. I can't wait to like be back on set more regularly.
Yeah.
Too much time on my hands right now. Too much time on my hands. But I am enjoying
Yeah.
streaming a lot. Hey, did you notice, bro? I upped my time. I started earlier.
I did.
upped my time.
That's
I'm
cool.
at 4 hours.
There you go.
Yeah,
Keep doing it. Just keep
Yeah.
doing it.
I will.
You,
Um,
you need a nice board too. You need a board where you can refer to. That's like, all right, what topics do I cover? What stuff do I do?
Yeah,
And
I started
also, I'm
taking
gonna be
like
completely
notes
honest,
and
dude.
shit. But a board might be a good idea. I don't know.
Dude, I'm a super huge fan of whiteboards, bro. I love a good whiteboard.
Sovereign Wealth Fund. I have no fucking clue what that is. I have to look it up.
Yeah, I don't know what that is either. Who posted that?
Josh did.
Nice. What's that?
Do you have that? Yeah, I've
Apparently
never
Trump-
heard of that before.
Because apparently Trump's trying to set up a sovereign wealth fund, which is like, it's like, from what I understand, it's like kind of like a big, pile of money that the government can kind of tap into when it needs to, but it just sits there.
Like
But
the
I-
Treasury?
I don't know. Like, you might have to look it up.
Yeah, I'm gonna
specifics
have to
of
look
what-
into that because that I don't know. That could be good. That could be bad. I have no fucking idea at this point.
I think it's probably a good thing depending on what it's used for. But like, I mean, Trump says he's going to create one or something or help create one. But then I looked it up. Then you already have one. And I'm like, what the fuck
Oh, we
am I
do?
reading?
Oh, okay. I don't know. Yeah, I'll have to look.
Apparently
into
you
that.
have
I
a-
no idea.
Yeah, okay, fair enough. I was just sitting there going, what the fuck am I looking at here? Because it's like, I think it's a good thing, but according to Wikipedia, you have a $3.5 trillion sovereign wealth fund anyway. So I was just like, what the fuck? So
Well-
confused.
He might sign an order that says like, "Let's keep the sovereign wealth fund," and then be like, "Look at what I did."
Oh my god, I hope not. I hope it's something like substantial, because you need some good news.
Well, we got a little good news. I mean, look, whatever the reasoning, whether you think it was a Trump win or a Canada-Mexico win, it is good news that we have some more times to try and avert the tariff. No matter what fucking side you're on, that is good news. So, like,
Yeah,
that's good.
And I will say, like, Trump kind of played the people who were doomers and shit. People were kind of like,
I went a little doomer for a
Yeah.
second there. I was fucking losing.
Yeah. I mean, even me, I was like, oh, what the fuck is he doing? But then I'm like, yeah, of course. Like, it's pretty clear that he's like, he can't be that insane. Like, I mean, I know I have my issues with Trump, but he can't possibly be that insane. So yeah, it seems like he got what he wanted. Kind of.
10% tariff. On China,
Kind of.
as shitty as a 10% tariff on China is, and how they're definitely going to do retaliatory tariffs, I feel like with the Trump presidency, tariff on China was not something that was out of the question going in.
It's to be expected. It's like normalized now, right?
Yeah.
Ugh, I hate that it's normalized. That's so not good.
Well, China still is your like number one adversary, right? Economically.
Yes, I mean, and it doesn't have to be that way. If Xi and the CCP weren't so fucked, it would be
Yeah, but
fine.
CP's in there. Well, I don't know what P stands for, but like CP, come on, man.
Yeah, right? That's sus. That's so sus. Oh my gosh. That's the thing, is like, I want to have like an incredible economic partnership with a country like China. I want to have an incredible economic partnership with a country like Russia. But we can't do that and stand for the things that we stand for in our culture. It's like a totally dissonant thing. And so, I like, we have it to a level with China, but like, there are these roadblocks, and the CCP just does not want to play nice because they're scared of losing power.
Yeah, and also they want to go to the top, right? They want the throne, so they won't play nice. They won't actually get along with anybody because they want
Which
to
is
dominate.
so strange, because we could fucking share the throne. We could share the throne.
I know, that's the goal, right? Like, just a world what just works that way.
But like,
okay,
what do
we'll
you
work
do?
on it.
What do you do? What if we want to share the throne and they don't? Or what if they want to share the throne? Yeah, fucking right. And we don't, right? So like, it's just so frustrating, man. It's like they can have that economic success. Like if she decided one day to be like, we're gonna stop being so controlling, we're gonna build like amazing trade partnerships with the United States, the economic benefits would be huge, and he would be viewed as like this incredible figure who did all of this stuff. But the CCP is so racked with paranoia that they just can't move forward. They're so scared.
You know
The
what? I'm
Chinese-
disappointed.
What?
I'm disappointed that, like, Trump was talking about 100% tariffs. I was like, oh, wouldn't that be amazing?
There's no shot.
I know, it's impossible.
And his cabinet will he's gonna get 25th amendment in if he tried to do that, because that is insane. 100%
Would've been funny, though.
tariffs. That'd be crazy. Double the price
Even for a
on
week.
everything.
Could you imagine just even for a week how much that damage that would do in a week?
That would be
Holy
so
shit.
bad, dude. That would be so
100%.
And honestly, I feel like every country, if you threaten a country with 100% tariff, 10 times out of 10, they're going to call your bluff. Because they
Yeah, because it's ridiculous.
Yeah, and they stand to gain a shit ton, especially if they like hold the market on a certain product, right? Like if everybody in a country buys a certain product from that country that you just 100% tariffed, well, now their company's making twice the fucking money to stuff they sell to the U.S.
Okay. So I have no problem with the 10%, to be honest. Like, it is to be expected, but also
It's not
I
that
think at the
big a
same
deal,
time,
man.
it's really
25
not gonna.
is pushing it.
It's just gonna slow down China a bit, but not really. Because they have like $1 trillion trade surplus. Like it's
They've
pretty
also
hard to put against that.
diversified a lot. Nah, trade debt is not that. People like go crazy about trade debt. Trade debt is not like an important thing. This is why we have the Federal Reserve. Trade debt is not legit.
No, I mean surplus though. I mean, it's like a shield over their economy in a way. Really cheap at it.
I think the Chinese economy is proving you wrong a little bit, good buddy. I mean, like, they've had significant slowdowns over the last decade.
I mean, that's to be
What about
expected,
like
though.
the
They
housing? What about like the housing market crash? They're like dealing with unrest, and it's really hard to find news about it because it's the CCP. But they are dealing with like pretty decent pockets of unrest around the country. There's protests. There were protests that happened just a couple days ago.
They need to stop making houses out of clay, you know, like really shitty clay, you know.
Tofu dregs, baby. Tofu
No,
dregs,
it's cardboard.
China
It's like
is
cardboard. It's like what do you call that stuff where it's like a mixture of like you know, where you kind of mulch up like paper and you make stuff out of it.
Paper mache.
Yeah, that's pretty much what Chinese like buildings are like. No wonder they're having a housing problem.
Plaster
like they're
of
making
Paris.
Yeah. And then a big like natural disaster comes along and just wipes it all out. And like,
Dude,
oh, okay, well,
Dude, like if something, if for example, have you ever read about like what would happen if something happened to the Three Gorges Dam?
ooh, I think so. Explain, like, I think I know what you're talking about.
The Three Gorges Dam, obviously the biggest dam in the world, right, at the Yangtze
Yeah.
River. If let's say imaginary conflict between the U.S. and China, right? The U.S. sends a B-2 bomber over there, throws a nice, happy little bomb into the Three Gorges Dam and blows it up. That would almost certainly be a fucking war crime. Because there would be several 100 million Chinese people that would likely drown in floods because of that.
I mean, there's so many of them. I mean, like you could like throw a bomb in one place and kill thousands, right?
No, but it's because the river, like the dam is far enough up the river, and the river goes all the way through China.
Elevation.
That if it broke, it would flood a massive area of China. And, you know, like, we've heard every once in a while about, like, the floods that happen in China, right? Because they're so big that they can't even keep it quiet. And, like, the Yangtze, if that happened, dude, like, I've read about this. If that happened, that would be very, very bad.
They need to stop building rivers, man. There's no way that's going to be sustainable anyway. I mean, even with the weather, like the way the weather's going, like that's just going to get dangerous very, very soon. Like the floods are going to be out of control. You don't even have to do anything.
And, you know, they have, like, terrible standards for, like, maintenance and stuff like that. I mean, I'm sure on the Three Gorges Dam, they probably spend a lot of money making sure it's maintained. But they're about to build, like, another huge mega dam that I think is supposed to be bigger than the Three Gorges. This is what America needs to start making mega projects again, man. Come on.
Bro, I agree so fucking much.
Yeah.
I wanna see new cities.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
100%. The same over here. We don't build shit anymore. Like big stuff. Like it's annoying. Like, most of the big stuff we built was in like the 60s, 70s, and shit, or 50s.
Yeah.
And you're like, what the fuck?
So I think part of the rationale is that like you spend a lot of money for not that much return. But I feel like dams and stuff, hydroelectric power we should be doing, right? We don't need like fucking super tall buildings because like, you know, the Burj Khalifa is like mostly empty, right? There's a lot of space there that people aren't paying for. And this fucking tower, like the Jeddah Tower they're doing in Saudi Arabia, it's going to be the same thing, right? Like people aren't going to buy shit. It's just going to be like, oh, look at our fucking giant metal dick, right? But for like dams, I think we should be doing. We're obviously doing some important nuclear projects, right, with our research into fusion. I just think it would be good for us to see, like, what about like some gigantic like solar energy field? Like, we don't even need that much space, right? Like some huge solar energy plant that could like power like, you know, the whole West Coast or something like that. You know what I mean? Like, that's the kind of shit we should be doing.
Yeah, and your deserts over there, right? Just set up shit like that.
There's open space. Yeah, why not?
Yeah. Like, interesting. I agree with that because, like, you know, I get when people bitch and whine about like solar panels in their backyard or something, but I mean,
put it in the
it's
desert.
different when it's everybody complains about something, but like in the desert, who gives a fuck? Yeah.
Yeah, like, They're like, not in my backyard. I'm like, well, fuck you, dude.
Oh my god!
I
the
love that
windmill,
George
like,
Carlin
hysteria.
bit, remember? When he was talking about the prisons. Hey, everybody wants more prisons, but not near them, right? They say, NIMBY, not in my backyard. And I love how he was like, he's like, what? You'd think a prison would be a pretty fucking safe place to live near, right? And like, let's say one of those guys gets out. What do you think they're going to do? Fucking hang around? No, they get the fuck out of there, right? The whole thing about breaking out of prison is to get as far the fuck away as you possibly can.
Yeah, exactly.
But, property prices, housing prices, drives it down.
Yeah, because I've noticed that lots of the biggest like prisons like over here are like in the middle of nowhere, and I'm like,
Ours too, actually. Yeah, they're in the middle of nowhere. I
I mean, I
that's
get it from
cool.
like an optics perspective.
Well, yeah, but if they do break out, they're not getting to civilization, right?
Yeah, they might die of hydration or something like
Yeah,
dehydration.
some shit like that. Exactly. So, yeah, but it was a funny bit. So,
Yeah, it is pretty illogical. Like, now that you mention it, I'm like, holy shit, I want to live next to a prison, especially when society goes to hell.
it's gonna be pretty safe, right? Unless you're the one guy who happens to be driving a car right next to the prison when the guy breaks out and needs a car to get away.
Yeah, or it's just a deranged serial killer who doesn't care.
Right, who's just like, I'm just
That
gonna
might
kill the
be-
first guy I come across.
Yeah, I won't get a chance ever again. Like, let's do this. Yeah, other than that, yeah.
Bro, he's in prison. He's got plenty of chances, unless he's like in solitary.
Yeah.
And like the ones who are in solitary, like at supermax prisons, they ain't getting the fuck out, dude. They're not getting any. They're not going anywhere, bro. They're like under constant 24/7 surveillance, and they might get like 1 hour a day of being in like a room that's quote unquote outside, which really means like one extremely heavy locked door, 4 concrete walls, and no roof. Basically, that's outside.
True. Are you still streaming?
Yeah, for probably
Cool.
like 15 more minutes.
Yeah, sweet. Yeah, just checking.
Yeah.
So what was I going to say? Yeah, it would be good to see, like, going back to what you were saying before, like, just building shit. It would be great, wouldn't it?
Yes, that would be wonderful. Daniel, what mega project would you want first? Oh, we lost Daniel. We lost your best friend.
Was to build like he wants to build like a gigantic tower where it has a big T on top of it.
No, he's not. I mean, he likes Trump, but he'll criticize him too. Probably not with you guys though, because you go too hard, and he's not gonna want to. He's not gonna want to give any ground.
He's an antichrist. That's like my mindset forever.
That's weird because I thought you were an atheist, but okay.
Trump made me a believer, but anyway, I'm joking.
Oh man. Yeah, I would, like I said, I'd like to see like another big hydroelectric project. Maybe windmills, maybe solar, that kind of stuff would be pretty cool.
You know what I've been seeing? I think they were experimenting with what do they call it? Tidal generators in Scotland. Like these, they pretty much like chain them outside into like areas where there's like what do you call it? Why is my brain going blank here? The ocean, currents in the ocean. Basically, you set it up like you have like it has like anchors and it floats and pretty much just like generates energy, and then it has like a cord from like it goes to the coast and power stuff.
Yeah.
Some of that stuff is pretty good.
Yeah, those are good, and there's like they're making advances in it too, right?
Yeah, this is the Gulf Stream. What's that super special, like that super important like stream off the coast of America? What scientists like freak out about every now and then?
Yeah,
I don't remember the name of it, but
the Gulf Stream. Yeah.
mean, there's some potential there. Like, I don't know exactly like how strong that would be, or like how many of these things would need. But you can make a lot of energy for that. I mean, what you'd prefer just get fusion, right? Of course.
I mean, yeah, but
But
we're still a ways away from that, so.
yeah, we're gonna like make do with some. I saw this other. What was it like? Kind of like a prototype for like a buoy that moves backwards and forwards and like generates energy. And I'm like, that's ridiculous. Like pretty much uses the balance.
But all you need is movement, right? So.
Yeah, you just have a floating buoy, and then it has like a I don't know, some sort of like just like a piston or something in the middle of it, and it kind of compresses.
And then as it goes up and down on the waves, that piston probably works with like a magnet or something to generate energy.
Yeah, all the options are there. We just gotta do it.
Yeah, hydroelectric power is good. There's all this water filled with energy.
And we have this thing called the moon. The moon just helps us, like gives us free energy. Like
I know,
pretty crazy.
Pretty cool. He's a cool bro.
That moon's a good guy.
Yeah, good dude. Really, fair bloke. Oh man. Oh, dude. Shit's been crazy. The USAID
Seems like...
stuff is fucking weird, but we'll see what happens.
Yeah, I
and
mean,
everybody can't stop talking about these fucking condoms that never like actually happened. But
that was an African place, wasn't it? Like it was a mistake.
Yeah, and I'm like, bro, like we don't want to send condoms to the most AIDSy place on earth. Are we for real?
Not $50 million worth.
There wasn't. That's like not even a drop in the bucket, bro. That's tiny amount of money. Tiny amount.
All money stacks, bro. All money stacks up,
bro. Not
it's
having
this
people
here
get
and it's
AIDS.
this there and it's that there.
First of all, not having people get AIDS is good for the whole world, not just that.
First off,
I haven't heard any other examples that people have brought up besides that.
You think the people using condoms are going to be the ones trying to avoid spreading AIDS? Like, what mindset do you have? People who have AIDS that are spreading AIDS don't give a fuck about a condom that got introduced into their country. Like, that's crazy.
I cannot understand that rationale, bro. I'm sorry.
How do you understand the rationale of someone who has AIDS and is spreading AIDS?
You're talking about a serial killer from the sounds of it.
Sometimes you get infected, you might not even know that you have AIDS yet. Bro, like, it's just better to practice safe sex.
And the person that got infected is most likely not... All right. Okay.
I think safe sex is safe sex. That makes sense. Right. And if it's gonna, if it's gonna cost, it doesn't even cost that much money for us. But like beyond that, let's say I grant you that, right? I haven't heard any other examples that people have really been talking about with USAID besides the condom one. And so to me, I'm just like, why are we doing this?
What about what Zelensky said, where he said over half of the foreign aid that he said he was given, he wasn't even given. Zelensky just went on an interview talking about that.
What is that like? What does that mean? Where did it go? Did he say?
No, that's the big question. That's what everybody was questioning. That happened yesterday. You went on an interview yesterday, right? And I'm pretty positive it was like overshadowed by the Grammys and Groundhog Day. But dude, that's a weird thing. I'm sure, dude. If you look it up,
most of the aid that he got was in the form of older weapons and stuff. It wasn't money.
Right. Well, any financial aid and probably weapons, he said he never received. He said up to $100 billion worth of aid that America said was sent to him wasn't sent to him.
Let's see.
Why would you send him AIDS?
Because, dude, these fucking Ukrainians have had it too good, and they deserve more African diseases like in America.
That's so messed up.
It's crazy because Josh on voice chat, I think I like him, but in text, I hate his fucking guts.
Oh, thank you. That's a great compliment. Actually, it's a compliment. I think that's a compliment.
Wait, what did you say?
Oh,
Yeah, I said, Josh on the voice chat channel. I think I like him, but on text I hate his fucking guts.
Yeah.
um, yeah, what's
it's
up with
amazing
Zelensky,
anybody
dude?
gets along with him. But yeah, what's happening with Zelensky?
Well, he says the aid is continuing. I'm seeing that he's only got. So if the aid is continuing, I think the point.
No,
okay,
what about
so
the comedy aid?
okay. So as 177 billion in aid approved by the United States, he has received 76 billion so far. What that means could be a number of different things. It could mean that there's corruption and people are hiding money and pocketing it. It could mean that the aid is still ongoing and is still being sent there and that he hasn't received it because it hasn't all been sent yet. There's no indication one way or the other of what the answer is there.
Well,
I'm inclined to think it's probably the latter. But until we see...
I'm inclined to think it's the former.
Do you have some evidence?
I've heard rumors of like Ukrainian politicians being pretty suspect. We'll put it that way. I don't want to make fun of them because they're defending themselves from Russia. Right? I'm not trying to make that little bit.
Do we have any evidence of that? That's the thing.
They have like weird names. That's my first hint.
Very good. That's what I'm saying. It's like we can suspect them of whatever, but until we see that, okay, there are people actually like pocketing the money. Like that's a big thing. That's a big thing.
Yeah.
Like for us to say about our own government, and that's not something we usually do. Look, as fucked as
Zelensky said, he does
be,
not know where all the money is. That's the words he used. So,
yeah.
like, what does he mean by that, though? Like, wouldn't he at least know if the money is at least?
He
coming?
also said, "Thank
wouldn't
God."
He be aware of something like that.
Also
as the president
said,
of Ukraine asking for this aid.
He also said, "Thank God the U.S. has not stopped military aid to Ukraine," like a week ago.
Yeah, and that week ago was just warming up to the new Trump era. Now he's like, "Hey, low-key, actually, I don't think I'm ever getting that money. I think that shit was fake. I think that shit was laundered somewhere."
Hang on. When we approve like military aid to a country, do you think it all goes at once, or do you think it goes over time?
Man, of course, I'm sure it goes over time. My problem is it all getting there. That's always an issue. And
yeah, but
I don't know if it's all getting there.
But you don't even know if that's what's happening right now. You're just kind of making an assumption.
What about that one article I posted with the billionaire talking about that a lot of the USAID is a funneling organization and not all the fucking. Let me look it up. Let me look up the specific names of the billionaire that said that a lot of this is money laundering. Billionaire. Hold on, I'm typing it in.
By us or by organizations in the countries we send the aid to? Because there is only so much we can control once it goes to a certain
great point. No, that's a great point. I mean, yeah, that's that might be an issue, but then you got to wonder, like, how effective is our system if all the fucking money we're sending to is just being money laundered?
So it's not, first of all is an exaggeration, you would agree. But, like, we can do it up to a certain point, right? We can influence it up to a certain point. There's a certain point where, like, another country's government is going to be like, well, we're taking it from here. Are there ways we could probably improve that if that's happening? I'm sure. I don't exactly know how to do that because I'm not an expert on things, so I'm also assuming that we can improve it. But yeah, I mean, like if it's getting laundered in certain places, there's things we need to do that we could try to do maybe to do better about that. That's an issue that we have dealt with throughout the entire history of foreign aid, right? That's something you have to deal with. It's something that happens because we can't control always the corruption that happens in other countries. It doesn't mean we're just like, oh, okay, well, fuck it, we don't really care, right? We have to try to find ways to make that better. But there is sometimes only so much that we can do.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I can't find it. I'm looking for it. I forgot who. USA. All right, let me type in something different. Money laundering.
Because like I know, like when I've talked to my people who work in those sorts of areas, like in Cuba, for example, one of the big problems with aid was that we would send aid to Cuba, and then the Cuban regime would just take a lot of it for themselves.
Yeah. So then we stopped funding Cuba.
So then we stopped funding Cuba, right? And now Cuba's going through massive like famines and.
Cool, dude.
having
Then
big
you tell their
problems.
fucking government to get their fucking shit together, dude.
Oh, we've
It's
only been doing
ridiculous.
that for like what, 70 years?
Forever. I know. God, dude. I mean, it was a big day when Castro died. I remember everyone talking about it, and then they just were replaced with a shitty person. Not as shitty as Castro, would you say? Would you say shittier than Castro? Or
It's
not
kind
as
of the
shitty as
same. It's
Castro?
the same kind of deal.
It's pretty
It's
much
the
the
same
same. I know. It's just Castro is the one that built the shitty system, so it will still be considered worse, as opposed to the person that just maintains it.
Josh, I'd love to hear
Yep.
you weigh in on the Cuba thing we're talking about.
Oh, sorry, I missed the beginning of it. Like, what were you talking about?
Well, I was just talking about like how we deal with like aid issues all the time for many, many years. right, in a lot of different
USAID.
ways. USAID and the issues that comes with like laundering or governments taking it and using it for themselves and being corrupt. And so like I gave an example of Cuba of how one of the big issues that, and I'm not going to mention who, but you guys know who, dealt with when they were there was like when we would bring aid to Cuba, the Cuban government would take that aid and rather than distributing it to the population, keep it for themselves. And, the population would be dealing with like hunger, famine, stuff like that. And it's just not good.
Well, it's what you're giving them, right? It's the form of the aid.
I mean, like, it's generally distributed, right? It's going to be like food, supplies, money. It's like it's not just like one type of thing.
Well, I actually don't have any strong opinions on that because I really don't know much about the.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Josh. I got breaking news I don't think any of us know about right now. Bukele.
Well, let Josh finish, and then you drop it.
Yeah,
on
go ahead,
us,
finish,
and then,
Josh.
and then after that, I'll probably wrap it up for the evening. But go ahead, Josh.
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't know much about the nuances of like modern and like post Castro Cuba, so I can't really comment. To be honest, like I don't know enough.
Okay.
I really don't. I don't feel like comfortable like saying one thing or the other because it might be just like shooting in dark. I don't really.
I love it when anybody fucking says that. I love that so much. When any of us, including myself, can recognize that we don't know enough about something to talk about it, I always think that's really good. No?
Yeah. Like, I mean, I have strong opinions on like the Cuba embargo, but like that's a different thing.
Yeah. Although I do think like the embargo is like more symbolic at this point. We don't enforce it that strictly. There's certain things that we enforce, like weapons, obviously, but like aid and food and shit like that, we don't really enforce on that. But anyway, Daniel, go ahead. Give us the news.
All right, I'm posting it in the holy shit, 25 plus messages have already been. Y'all just post too much too. It's entirely impossible to keep up with.
To outsource
all right, dude.
part of its person. Who?
Bukele, bro. Let's go. Look at him, dude. So that was 3 hours ago. So he's offering to start taking U.S. prisoners.
What the fuck?
Exactly what I thought y'all would think. Yo, and knowing Trump, he's gonna fucking make a deal, dude. That's gonna be wild.
Whoa.
That's gonna be wild. That's why I got excited for a
my
second.
god.
Including U.S. citizens?
Yeah, including U.S. citizens, and in exchange for a fee, a low one that'll help. Oh yeah, bro, he's He's offering.
This is that crypto
Bro.
guy, right?
Oh my
This is
god.
that crypto guy, isn't it?
President
Yes.
of El Salvador.
Bro, this
yeah.
is about
Yeah.
to be. And look, I will give him this. El Salvador is like safe as fuck now.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, it's the shit.
But like, is
Oh, and he
I feel
loves
like-
Trump, bro.
I
He's
feel
like,
this is
he's
gonna
like,
make our
I'll
system.
become your Guantanamo Bay. You don't need to do an extra
Bro,
Guantanamo Bay.
bro.
I will be it.
Yeah, but bro, you do realize this is going to like skyrocket incentives for private prisons, right? Like this is gonna crazily
already
add
have
incentives
some
for
of
like the Chris. Yes,
Oh,
but
yeah,
we gotta
it
be
is great.
lowering it, not making it worse.
Crazy,
mad.
right? I know.
Yeah.
That one's interesting. What a time. Welcome to the new world.
Jesus,
They're gonna be
bro.
fun. That one I do not agree with sending U.S. citizens to. But let's say the most vile, heinous immigrants, instead of deporting them or anything, we go, guess what, motherfucker? You go to El Salvador now. You fucked up.
Listen,
hey, you should
a
have committed
violent,
that act.
illegal
You-
immigrant gang member, fine. I don't
Mhm.
really care.
From
That's fine.
Afghanistan or Syria or Guatemala or Cuba, if you fuck up now in America, you go to El Salvador. That's crazy, but I could totally see Trump fucking taking Bukele up on that offer.
Yeah,
That's
if
gonna
you're
be
like
wild.
an illegal immigrant
exactly
and you're
what's
getting
about to happen.
deported, maybe.
That's exactly.
I think
what's
there's
about
still
to
going to be
happen.
some
No, that's
big
exactly
issues
what's
with
about
like
to happen.
international
Bukele
law.
just became the new extension of
The
Guantanamo
new
Bay.
prison
Trump
czar.
and all these.
The new prison czar to Trump. Look, like I said,
Oh,
for
that's
violent...
exactly the name we're about to give him. You may have coined it
Oh.
first, Jordan.
Here we
You may have
go.
just coined it first.
Claim to fame. Trump, give me a job. I'll fix your shit from the inside out. No.
Damn, that's crazy. That's actually going to be big news. That's also going to be fucking. That he just tweeted that 3 hours ago. That must
Yeah.
be just breaking for him right now.
So,
That's crazy.
like I said, I'm gonna be less like upset about it for, like you said, like violent gang members, illegal who are. Illegal
I don't believe in sending
immigrants.
U.S. citizens, but I
I'm
could also see
definitely
Trump
not
sending
gonna
like
be cool with U.S.
extreme.
citizens.
I'm not gonna be really cool with U.S. citizens either, but I could definitely see Trump sending like the most extremist domestic terrorists to El Salvador. Like, what if? What if? we
well,
stop
I don't know.
accepting-
I still
What
think
if? All right,
it's.
hear me out. Hear me out.
I
hear
still
me
think
out.
it's safer
What
to
if-
put him in a supermax.
All right, hear me out. Hear me out. What if instead of fucking allowing our school shooters to be in an American prison, what if we create a fucking new federal law? If you are a mass school shooter, you go to El Salvador. And then what if like there's a drop in school shootings because of the threat that now exists with these kids going, oh shit, I'm gonna have to go to a fucking cartel land prison in El Salvador.
I
What if
don't
that's
know,
an
bro.
incentive to lower school shootings?
I don't fucking know. I can't even think about. I can't even process that as a thought. I feel like there's. I feel like there's a lot of legal issues.
I
that
feel
would
like
happen with
I feel like
that.
the fact that we're over 2 weeks into Trump's presidency and there's already fucking offers like that on the table. I'm just like, this is gonna be an interesting.
Yeah,
4
like
years, man.
Bukele
It's gonna be-
obviously is like, he's gonna be a fan of Trump, right?
Yeah.
That makes sense. You know, I would expect like, I'm gonna expect seeing some shit from like, you know, Javier Milei pretty soon too. He's gonna be like, let me
Oh,
help
yeah.
with this and like that kind of shit.
Yeah,
right?
Manile loves him. Yeah,
yeah,
absolutely see that.
yeah. But
Look
like,
how good they're doing now. Now that they got Bukele and Milei.
well,
on.
yeah,
Look how
actually,
good we're gonna
like
do with Trump.
Argentina. To be fair, though, it literally could not have gotten worse in Argentina. Like there
can
was
always get you up worse,
nowhere,
Jordan.
nowhere but up.
You can
It got to the
always get
point
worse.
where more than 50% of the population was below the poverty line.
Bro,
It
that's
was
wild, though.
nowhere near that.
Salvador,
That
huh?
was under him, by the way. That happened under him. It was nowhere near that when I was there. Now it is getting better. We'll have to see how it plays out in the long run. But
What
like
about
I said,
Venezuela?
like, you had to.
Who's president of Venezuela right now? How do we fix Venezuela? How have they been getting fixed?
I thought it was
Because Venezuela used to be incredible. It's been getting fixed, right? And that's what I thought.
No,
too.
no, that's right. Venezuelans fucking hate Maduro.
Yeah, fuck Maduro. He's the worst.
Yeah. All right.
Is he
boys.
still president? I thought they
Yeah,
removed
I think-
Maduro.
are they? Let me see.
That's what I was asking.
Yeah, he's still president.
Wow, that's insane.
That sucks.
Yeah, that does
He's
suck.
been
gotta go.
president for 12 years.
2018, 2016?
2013.
Oh, wow, longer. 2013. Wow, unbelievable.
United Socialist Party of Venezuela. Do you own these guys, Josh? You own these socialists?
yeah. Yeah, I do. Like,
This
he's
is
my
what
buddy.
Josh wants for Australia, bro. He
Is
just
that what
wants
you want? You want
he just
Maduro
wants-
for Australia, John?
Maduro for Australia?
Well, as G said, Albanese is like
you want
is
some
an example for
Maduro
the rest of the world. Do you remember me telling you that? Like showing
do.
articles on that? Like, dude, that's hilarious. I'm like, oh my god.
You know, you're like schizophrenic when it comes to Albanese, though. And like one day you're like, yeah, Albanese, and then the next day you're like, what a fucking moron.
No, well, he has to do like, you know, normie shit. But then every now and then he has a little commie moment, and then he goes back to just being like a capitalist. But he has to be.
Oh, God.
He's pretty dynamic. I'll give him that. But it sometimes he'll do something where it's just like, you know, for example, he's not pro legalization of weed. That bothers me. But like, that's not a big issue, right? Like economically, it's not a big issue. It's more of a social issue.
That's so
It's such a
weird.
social
It's
issue.
like
Weed
you
has
guys are
always been-
supposed to copy
Economically,
us.
it's
We did that
beneficial.
ages
I've always
ago.
been pro marijuana.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry,
Not
say that again.
federally.
The only industries that it affects is like the hemp. The hemp world can take over.
Yeah.
So that's why marijuana was illegal in America to begin with, is because
lumber.
the threat of hemp.
Yep.
Yeah, I can get weed. The problem is I have to jump through hoops because it's not like
does.
legalized. And it's annoying.
He does. It's funny. He's
No.
like, I'm waiting on my gummies. They're coming in the mail. It's gonna be like 3 weeks.
No.
And then when he gets
3
them, dude,
weeks.
he eats like fucking 20 of them, and he's so fucking stoned he can barely get a coherent sentence out.
I had 100 milligram. Did I tell you all about this? I had 100 milligram tea, and I went to fucking see the movie Wicked
Listen.
with my girl and her parents. I was having a panic attack.
Listen to me.
I always
Listen to
had-
me.
I had
100 milligrams.
I had 2.7 grams of like pure product.
2.7
I was
grams, bro.
I was like fumbling and like.
This dude, he was like, oh yeah,
Oh,
like I had
wait.
like 750 milligrams, like 1,000 milligrams. And I'm like, dude, are you fucking insane?
I don't know how cool Jordan is on the chat, but me and him, I gave Jordan a microdose of mushrooms, and I had some mushrooms. I did like twice as much as Jordan, and we went and saw the Spider-Verse 2 movie, and that shit was
Jeez.
awesome. Dude, that shit was awesome, but I was freaking out less on mushrooms than I was on the 100 milligrams a week. Dude. I was just having the panic attack without the trippiness. It was the
And
worst.
I was enjoying myself so much that I was laughing at like inappropriate moments.
Oh, that's my favorite. I went to a. I'll tell you a funny story. I went to like a regional comedy night like at a bar. Just
Yeah.
like low level kind of comedians over in Australia, and I took acid, right?
Jesus.
Oh,
And I went in there. I was already kicking in when I sat down to. It went for about 3.5 hours of just like person after person, like 15-minute like it's like the comedy. What do they call it? That place in America.
Comedy Cellar?
What do you call it? Yeah, you know how you have like 15-minute like sets.
Store.
Yeah, so it was like 3 hours, and it was like a dozen people. Like
Kill Tony.
Oh, it's an open mic. You went to an open mic.
Yeah, open mic. Yeah, and this cripple came out like he was in a wheelchair, and he was
Jesus,
funny as
yeah.
fuck. And he was like he had like a stutter, and he had like the shakes. So he'd tell a joke, and like he'd be like, and I'm sitting there just on acid peaking, going, oh my fucking god, and I kept laughing at the most inappropriate shit. I felt like the biggest arsehole, because I was the only person laughing when he didn't even get to the punchline. So he'd be saying the joke, and before he's supposed to laugh, I'm just laughing the whole way through.
Oh
And I'm
my
at the front,
God.
and I'm literally a meter away from the stage. I'm like at the front of the.
Oh my God.
And I'm just sitting there like, and his face is moving around, doing weird shit. His arms,
Right,
he's
of
got this
course.
weird.
son
And he's
of a
just
bitch.
stuttering. And he's just like,
son of a
and I'm just like, and afterwards I actually had to kind of like, just focus, like not focus on it because I felt like an arsehole. I was the only person laughing him just being himself.
The
Just
problem
full-
is,
full
Josh,
on
what
twat
happens
mode.
probably while you're tripping is you spent more time laughing at him than you did laughing at his jokes.
I know. And he was like in a wheelchair, and he had like you know how I don't know what a condition it was. It was almost like you know how cerebral palsy people, they have like their arms kind of like in weird positions because like they can't control their muscles. It was like that. But I felt so bad, but he was a funny stand up. I don't know who he was though. I was so high I can't remember the names.
Wasn't,
of
it
the
wasn't Joe? You didn't go to a real show, did you? Did you go to a real show? Because there's a comedian named Joe Ural, and Joe Ural is a fucking paraplegic comedian who's absolutely hilarious though.
Yeah,
And
I'm not sure I was that high. I was,
and he tours the world for that. And I watched that guy kind of come up in LA, and fucking Joe Ural will crack me up with he tells some of the darkest jokes though about his disease. Like it's straight up fucking this wild suicide humor, you know, like fucking paraplegic, I'll never have sex here. Like it's crazy.
Yeah, my
But
God.
it's funny as hell, you know. It's insane to listen to him say.
All right,
He
boyos.
talks about yeah.
It's about that time. I've been on here for 4 hours.
Oh
I'll
yeah,
wrap this stream up for the
There you
night.
go. Good job.
Yeah.
Putting in the work.
Yep, I'll be
How you
doing
doing,
it again
bud?
on Wednesday. This was fun. See? You guys can get along. It's not bad.
Dude. Yeah.
it's hard. It's
Dude.
I'll be more active. So basically, I think I told you about my the bad news I got a couple of days ago. So I'm going to the funeral. I think sometime between now and Friday. I'm waiting for a phone call.
I'm
But,
so sorry, buddy.
No, that's all good. It happens. Like she was in her 80s. Like she had a good long
Yeah.
life.
Good.
But what was I going to say? I get my medication again like tomorrow. Getting another set of it, so I'll be like active all week really.
Nice.
Once I get this funeral shit out of the way, I'll be able to like come in at the right time, like when you start streaming and stuff.
Sweet. Awesome. Yeah. Cool.
I just really I didn't really feel like talking much recently. I'm just like it's just to be expected because like I didn't really have the best relationship with my grandmother, but I love her. It's just one of those
for
things.
sure. I get that, buddy. Yeah, that's good. All right. Well,
So I was just gonna ask before you leave because I'm gonna head up too.
yeah.
How's your medication going?
Good so far, I think. I'm thinking I'm going to up the dosage. I have my next meeting on Wednesday.
I told you would. That's what I already warned you about.
No,
Yeah,
I'm
right.
on the minimum
That's what I
dosage.
already warned you about.
We already
That's what I told you
expected that
about.
that was going to happen because I'm on the minimum dosage, okay?
Yeah, like
Yeah. Well, just watch it. That's what I've already told you.
Trust
'Cause,
me, I am doing this the right way, I promise you.
Sure you are.
Oh, shit.
daily.
Fuck off.
So,
I would say, dude, I've
so-
already been there. So go ahead.
I took it when I was a kid. I was on it when I was a kid. Like I know.
That's to be
I know the
expected.
deal.
That's to be expected. Like at the moment, I'm taking about it'd be about 70 milligrams of what you're taking now. That's what I'm
Yeah.
on now.
And I'm on 30.
Jesus
I'm on
Christ,
30.
dude, this guy's a pure drug addict. Now that I know.
Yeah, that's me.
What the fuck?
Dude, it's
Yeah.
it's ADHD medication. He's prescribed
But
that.
He's
It's not the
over
same
prescribed,
thing.
dude. You're not supposed to take that much. I'm
So
telling you.
no. Trust me. Like Vyvanse, I think 30 milligrams is the equivalent of something like 11 or 12 milligrams of what I take, and I take 25 milligrams a day. So it equals out to about double to a little bit more than what Jordan's on at the moment. So it makes sense he wants to up the dose. I'm trying to cover my ass here, but I like drugs, but within reason.
Nah, trust me, dude. Me and Jordan like drugs too.
Hey,
Yeah.
listen. Hey, okay. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in.
Anyway, I gotta get going, man. You guys have a good
You
night.
too, brother. Well, let me just do my sign off, and then we'll all take off. Everyone, thank you so much for listening. For those of you who did, I'll be back on Wednesday. We'll be doing another 4 hours. It's going to be our new normal, 4 hours every stream at least. We're gonna grind that shit. We're on that fucking grind set, right? That red pill grind set. Okay.
Oh my.
All right, everybody. Have a good night.